where we are awaiting the refloat and transit of the Dali away from the Francis Scott Key Bridge debris pile. Thank you guys for joining us very early Monday morning here in Baltimore. We are seeing tugboats move into position right now. I want to show you guys our tracker system that we got up so you guys kind of get an understanding of what's going on. We've got the Dali still there in position along that bridge support where she struck back on March 26th. The Bridget McAllister and the Eric McAllister are on each side of the ship towards the stern, and the Mark Moran has just showed up here, and he's taken a position towards the bow of the ship over on the port side. And the Vicky McAllister, it seems to be working its way down the starboard side of the ship. We can almost catch a glimpse of her in the image of the ship here. The Lynn Moran has arrived as well. Now, I'm not sure exactly which one of these tugs is going to take up a position on the stern. Thank you guys for joining us, and we are live here in Baltimore. This has been a day I think we've all been waiting for. We just checked Unified Command's website, and everything looks like it's still a go for today. We've all been waiting to see the ship moved. Now the ship still has a good bit of debris that's still on the bow of it. The plan is, from what we've been told by Unified Command, to move the ship back about 2.5 miles upriver back into port.
Yellow line
well,
in the water.
They will take it to
I just
port
don't want it to
and
be in the
start
way when we get moving here.
doing some more of that unloading work
Sucking
there.
Into our prop. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it's hanging right off where we're off at.
Weather conditions have started off
Okay.
pretty clear. Within the past 45 minutes or so, we've gotten a light overcast. There was a moon out, but the moon has kind of become obscured by a thin layer of overcast. We're hoping that the images you guys are getting on the internet right now are clear enough to make out the ship. Let us know in the chat if the audio is good and if you guys are getting the image. Looking out from our vantage point where we have been here in Dundalk, it's very difficult to see anything. It's still very dark out there. We have done a good bit of work here to get the cameras set for
as far as I can tell,
gathering as much light as possible. We hope the images are coming in pretty good. Good morning, everyone.
Stack of containers left here. Okay.
This is going to be a process, but I want you guys to notice, you guys that have been here with us on these live streams and watched, the ship is sitting differently now. She has taken, we don't see that bow down attitude anymore. We know that they were supposed to start prepping the ship earlier today, or earlier Sunday, I should say. And thank you guys for letting me know everything looks good on your end. But I can definitely see that the ship is sitting differently now. She is more level. High tide is scheduled for this area for about 5:24 in the morning. That said, if that ship floats and they're able, they're going to move it before the high.
But if does start
as
moving,
soon
we have to do
as
something. So we're just kind
they
of at
feel that
standby.
ship is floating enough,
Yeah,
they're
ship's
going
moving
to
in.
pull it off.
No, they're just about to start pumping. So they're going to be moving water
Leaving
from
it
the bow
against
aft
the
into our
pier
transfer.
with the ship kind of moving around could really cause some problems, and I think they'll be anxious to get it moved as quickly as they can once the ship's floating. We noticed that when we were setting up, we had close to 100 people waiting. Thank you and good morning. Already almost 1,000 of you here in the chat watching the live stream. It's great to have you guys here with us. Thank you. And what's even more amazing is looking at the chat as it comes in, and just from where all these different people who have found such a profound interest in what's going on here in Baltimore, where they're joining us from. I'm seeing folks from New Zealand. This has become a global event, and it is truly. Anytime that you involve shipping to this magnitude, it affects the globe. It's great to see everybody in here. Emdrick, thank you so much for coming aboard as a sailor. Eric, good to have you. Tiger, thank you for being here. Brenner's here with us. Max Lab, thank you. Max, I don't know about that. I keep that in mind that six people lost their lives as a result of this accident. Something that we think about. Right? I think about a lot. You can kind of see in that image that layer of overcast that has started to move in, and it's taken a little bit of moon from us, but I think we do have a pretty good image here with the camera equipment we were able to secure. Connie H, those poles that are in front of the camera are flag poles coming off of docks between us and the ship. For those of you who may just be joining us, let me tell you, we're shooting from about 1.5 miles away from the site, and the images that we're bringing in here, I think, are pretty spectacular for the distances that we're able to get, and considering it's as black as night out there. Jeremy, thank you so much for coming aboard as a sailor. Thank you. So many of you already joining us in here. Over 1,300, approaching 1,400 here in the stream. Let's take a look at what's going on out there so we can understand a little closer what's happening. We see the Lynn Moran has taken a position on the stern. So now we know which tug is going to be pulling off the stern. Lynn Moran, part of the Moran fleet. There she is, powerful tug. She'll be there. Eric McAllister and the Vicky McAllister will be over along the port side of the ship. And it looks like they got the Bridget McAllister and the Mark Moran over on the starboard side. Mark Moran's towards the bow. Bridget is towards the stern over on the starboard side. Lynn Moran's going to have to pull up to the ship to either get a line or pass a line. to the ship, and then we'll probably see her back off and get into position
4 feet to port or 4 feet to starboard. Okay,
to be able to start a
guess
tow.
4
And they're going to be towing the ship in reverse. The ship's going to be backing up. Now, when I say that, they're not going to have the main propulsion unit running. The main engine of the ship will not operate. The ship is going to be moved by the power from these 5 tugboats that are here.
Appreciate it.
So many of you in here, thank you so much. Seeing so much enthusiasm. I think everybody's excited. Everybody is ready to see the Dali back away from this site. If you're just joining us here, I see there's already 1,700 of you in here. We got 300 likes. Do us a favor and hit that like button. Hit the thumbs up for us so we can spread the stream out across the globe. You guys out there control that, and I would certainly appreciate it if you would give us a thumbs up. This has been a long time coming since we've been here and been watching the process leading up to today. This is going to be a slow process for the transit from the area where the ship is now back up into the port of Baltimore. They're going to take their time. Of course, safety here is paramount. We don't want any more problems. There's been so much work done to get to this point to be able to free the ship. Both Don John and Resolve working so many hours to get to this point. The ship has got to go so they can finish clearing the channel. All that debris that's around the bow, they can't get to it until they get the ship backed up. This is going to be a huge step in the process of getting the Port of Baltimore open back up. Thank you everyone for joining us. It is great to see so many of you in here with us already. It's going to be a long stream, but I know that there's so much interest, and when Unified Command said that they were going to get things rolling about 2 a.m., I knew that I needed to be out here to capture it, and I'm glad you guys have come along with us. This has been an incredible story to follow. It's been an emotional story. We spent an afternoon up at the Workers' Memorial going into the Fort Olmsted area, into that park where the memorial was put together.
Okay, thank you.
Met some of the friends of some of the guys who lost their lives up there. We've had video up from the night those guys were working, and actually caught them getting set up to go to work that fateful night. It's been a heck of a story, and I'm just so thankful to everybody and the reception we've had here on YouTube. Thank you guys so much. We don't have a lot of wind. Wind is almost non-existent out here. That is a plus. That's going to help the tug crews in doing what they've got to do in order to get the ship moved. Really seeing, you can kind of make out some of the spotlights on those tugboats now, lighting up the ship where they are. We can see the Lynn Moran, the light on the Lynn Moran there on the stern, and then the Eric McAllister there on the starboard towards the stern, and course, the Vicky McAllister up towards the bow. We've seen some incredible equipment working out here over the process, and this is really the pinnacle of the event for me. Getting the ship moved. Still a lot of work to be done here. I'm not trying to say that this process is over at all. There's still a lot of work that's got to be done, and we're going to continue to cover the story. I think this thing really won't be over for me until the channel is completely open and together we see the Dali leave the Port of Baltimore. Go and Film, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. You guys have been so generous to me. The trips up here, the investment in equipment to be able to bring you guys these images it's been a little different for me. But I think what we've been able to do here is document an incredible time in history, and you guys have all been here with me, and I thank you so much. Good morning, Main Girl. Thank you. Up bright and early. With this camera kind of backed off here a little bit, we can see there's been some discussion. Hey, what are those poles that are really close to the ship? Well, now you guys can get an idea of those utility poles that are coming up out of the river, carrying power lines from one side to the other. I think that gives you guys a pretty good look at the site. We backed the view off up here with the camera a little bit to be able, we really want to be able to see those tugboats working when the Dali starts to move, and I think this also gives us a better view of any movement of the ship. I'll remind you guys that our friendly pole that is kind of blocking our way also gives us a pretty good indicator if there is any movement on the ship. We ought to be able to see that pretty readily by watching the ship kind of move by that pole when that happens. So I know the pole can be a problem, but I think ultimately it'll continue to help us. Yeah, thanks, Brenner. We are working outside the safety zone. There is a 2,000-yard safety zone, and from the position we have, we are a little bit outside of that, shooting from about 1.5 miles away with King. Already this morning, over 2,300 of you here with us. Thank you guys so much for getting up so early and being here and being a part of this. Edric, thank you so much. You guys, Brenda Sawyer's first super, thank you so much.
If you don't mind.
Larry O, golly, thank you guys. Looking at the tracker, it doesn't look like, I wouldn't expect to see the ship moving too much until we see the Lynn Moran. We'll go back and show you guys this image right here where the Lynn Moran is still at the stern of the ship, and it looks like the bow of the Lynn Moran is still pointing towards the ship. Now that's a tractor, so she may be able to back up just fine, but we're gonna watch that and see. Back to the live image here we have from Baltimore. It's been a long time getting here. But it looks like from what we're seeing, today is the day it's going to happen. We don't have a lot of tide here. The tidal influence here is, it averages, it's about 2 feet. But keep in mind, every little bit helps, and that is a big ship. You guys are overwhelming. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us here this morning. Now, if you guys were part of the live stream today or happened to catch
I appreciate it. It didn't look easy. It looked heavy.
the modified video that we put up this evening or yesterday evening, I'm sorry guys, but we saw the Weeks 533 pulling up the anchor chain. We saw that process taking place. And we could also see that 2 of the stern anchors that were on the back of the ship had been picked up. Now, we can't get in there to see if those other anchors are still out there. It may be that those anchors are still back, and they may actually use those anchors to help pull. They may try to pull the ship back against those anchors to help. Oliver, thank you so much. Robert, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming aboard as a sailor. As we anticipate the removal of the Dali from the rest of the debris that's left of the support system for the Francis Scott Key Bridge, we see now that they've gotten the tugboats. If you're just joining us, they've gotten the tugboats into position. They're there. They're going to be putting line on the ship, and those guys will be in position to go to work. I've got some special guests that are just coming back, and I got to tell you guys, the A-team is here back with me in Baltimore. When I started this trip, I came up with Derek Astriano from the Tugboat channel out of Charleston, South Carolina. Good buddy of mine, a very talented YouTuber. Derek is back with me. And also Alfred Montner is here from Miami. Alfred has just a lot of fun time down at Miami with his show, with the Chit Show, usually covering the boat ramps in Miami. Alfred came up as well. These guys have helped me tremendously throughout my YouTube trip, my YouTube adventure, and they're here to help me out as well, and I certainly appreciate it, but they're here with us, and I can't be any more thankful than to have those guys here tonight. Now, I know that high tide is at 5:24. If the ship floats and they have a green light, expect to see the ship back up before 5:30. We are here watching with you. We wanted to get in here earlier so that you guys could see the process of getting the ship backed up. Derek, you want to do us a favor?
What you got?
Inside of the door panel of the truck, there's some insect spray. Right over here.
Okay.
Mosquitoes are out. The wind has dropped down and the mosquitoes are out here in Dundalk. we've got to work on slowing them down a little bit. They're hungry too. See some memberships being dispersed about. That is awesome. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. The way things are set up right now, it looks like the ship they'll be towing the ship stern first. Thanks for joining us. I'm Captain Mandy, and you are watching the Minorcan Mullet channel here live from Baltimore. It is an honor to have you guys here with us. I know, and I've said this many times, you guys invest your time here with us. I want to make the investment back to you and be able to bring you guys the best possible images that we can here from Baltimore. Thank you guys for joining us live to watch the Dali get moved. Robin Allen, thank you so much. Good to see you're up this morning. Thank you, Robin. Robin graciously hosting us here in Dundalk with her dad, Rob. Tremendous, tremendous hospitality. We thank you very much. So, when the ship moves and when it goes back into port, all that debris that's still, there's a lot still to happen here. You know, there's still 4 lanes of interstate highway that's up there on top of that ship. They're going to have to deal with that. The broken up containers that are on the ship, and I don't know how many containers we'll see actually come off the ship. Will they come off here? Will they go to wherever it is they're going to repair the ship at and take those containers off? We don't know. I'm sure there's a plan for that, and a lot of that has to do with a lot of the business of shipping, if you will. So a lot of that is still remains to be seen, but hopefully we'll be able to bring that to you when it happens. Water conditions out here, I don't think things could be much better for the guys. A very light breeze. You can almost catch our wind indicator over there on the left-hand side of the screen. You can see the condenser stack is got some altitude to it. The steam that's coming out of that is not laid down. We have seen that when it is really, really down. And today it looks like we're doing just great. It looks like everything is gearing up for a super event.
You already had it out here? This is the only thing that was in the door. I'm like, you don't want to use that.
Yeah. No, I don't. You're going to want that. Mosquitoes are out here, guys. Hopefully, that gas line will not be a factor, because we're hoping that the ship now is floating. If you guys will look back, look at the ship. You can almost see the ship has definitely taken on a different posture in the water. Where we had seen the ship kind of sitting down at the bow, she looks like she's now raised up. It looks like they've taken that bit of ballast water that they had in the bow, kind of pinning it down. It looks like they've gotten that pumped out of the ship. she's definitely taken a different posture in the water. I don't think that gas line is in any danger. We keep looking down at our marine traffic app, and one thing we notice is all the other assets that were around the ship have been moved away. The 533, Chesapeake, all the additional barges that were there around the ship are now gone. They're not there. They've moved them back very much the same way they did when they did the detonation of the steel span that was still across the bow of the ship. All those assets have been backed up and they're now been moved away. So it looks like they're ready. To me, this looks like a go. We haven't heard anything from Unified Command to the contrary. It looks like we may see this ship come off here today. Now, I had some reports from some people who were watching, and we saw the Chesapeake 1000 and that claw go back over to Sparrows Point earlier today, and it looked like the claw had some sort of problem. We did get a report from one of our subscribers that they in fact saw the Chesapeake return, and they picked up a pretty substantial piece of debris earlier or in the afternoon. So after we got off live, whatever problem they had with the claw, it looks like they were able to get that straightened out and got it back out and got it to work. I've told you guys this before. The dedication and experience out here with these crews, when they're faced with a challenge, when there's a problem in front of them, they're going to find a way over it, under it, or around it, or in some cases through it. Case in point today, with the claw, they got back over and straightened out and got back on the job with it. Captain, thank you so much. We hope the image is satisfactory. I can tell you with the naked eye looking out onto the Pataska River right now, it's dark. It's very, very dark out there. The camera equipment is working very good, and I got to thank Alfred and Derek. Alfred from the Chit Show down in Miami, Derek from the Food Boat in Charleston. I put the call out today. The guys responded, and they brought some really good equipment to help me this evening to be able to bring you these nighttime images. John, I think once we start trying to zoom in anymore, the image really starts to get distorted. We have worked with it. This is the best image we're going to be able to get. I hope you guys can understand. We're working.
In the morning we'll get them better images.
In the morning
we could swap out the lens.
We can get a much better images when
the
the sun comes up. From what we're working with right now, we think these may be some of the finest images of the Dali on the internet right now. Thank you very much for joining us. Over 3,000 of you here with us on the live. It's an honor to have you guys here with us. It would be nice if you guys could help us a little bit by giving us a thumbs up. Like the video. That helps tell YouTube that you guys are enjoying what we're seeing, and it helps YouTube send the video to more eyes. We'd love to have a few more people in here watching this thing with us today. Thank you so much. Paul, thank you. Thank you so much. Lewis, I think that when the ship is ready, and it may be ready, it may not, the tide may not have to be completely high, but when the ship is ready, they're going to move it. I don't think they're going to wait until 5:24 to move the ship if the ship can be moved at 4:30. Joseph, that's pretty good. Thanks for joining us. You guys looking over at the Brandon Shores power plant, you can see the wind direction, and it's not really blowing hard tonight. It's a nice evening, nice morning, I should say, here in Baltimore. The high tide was supposed to be here at around 5:24, I think is the projected time for high tide. But I also think that if the ship is ready and it's floating at 4:30, we'll see the ship move then. Whenever the crews decide from resolve that they're ready to pull the ship, they're going to start pulling on it. Well, you got to think, when they start backing up, they've gotten a pretty good, if they plowed into the mud and backing it up, it's not going to, it's going to be easier going backwards than it is forward, certainly. Right now we're looking on the screen at the tugboats that are around the Dali. On the stern is the Lynn Moran. Over on the starboard side, Bridget McAllister. Starboard bow is the Mark Moran. On the port side is the Vicky McAllister. And on the port stern is the Eric McAllister. A lot of these tugs here we have seen multiple times working up and down the river with some of the river traffic that's been coming in and out of the port through the limited access that's been afforded. They have moved into their positions along the ship. And it's a little waiting game now. Mike, thank you so much. You guys are too kind to me. Over 3,000 of you here now with us. Thank you so much. But I don't have a calculation on the horsepower on those tugs, but I could imagine that the tractor tugs are probably pushing 50, 51, 5,400 apiece. I'd say there's over 20,000 horsepower for sure there. Don, good morning. Thank you. You guys, I really appreciate you jumping in here with us. It was so early on a Monday morning. We're in here ready to see the Dali pull back away from the former Francis Scott Key Bridge. That piece of support pier that it struck caused the bridge to collapse. Still alongside that, and as well that side of the channel over there. This channel shallows up really quick off on the sides. It's supposed to have a maintained depth of about 54 feet. This area silts really quickly, so they have to maintain that channel. Right outside the channel, it shallows up pretty quick. It's good to have our viewers here in the UK with us. Thank you so much for joining us here as well. Good morning.
Supposed to be red.
Yeah, let's get this going right here. Subscriber count has really been growing. Thank you, Tiger. I appreciate all the subscribers that have come aboard the Minorcan Navy and throughout this adventure here in Baltimore. Phil, you know, I think we want to continue the story. I'd like to be around when the Dali leaves Baltimore, when they get finished with whatever they're going to do with the ship in the port when it leaves. I would like to be here for that. We're going to continue covering this for a while here until this channel is opened up and until we see the restoration of the economy, the shipping economy here in Baltimore. I think that is a huge part of the story. Baltimore is still suffering, and this port needs to get this waterway opened back up so that they can get these ships moving back in and out of here. Weather conditions are forecast to be a lot like they are right now. Light winds. It looks like we're going to have a little bit of overcast. We're working towards an incoming tide. The tide's supposed to be high about 5:24. And I know that a lot of you guys are in here. You've been watching the ship like I have. When you look at that image of the ship, you can see it's definitely taken a new posture. We don't see that bow down attitude that we have seen since we've been over here watching the work to get some of that debris moved out of the riverbed here. Still early in the process. Unified Command told us that they were going to start the process Sunday about midday for getting the ship ready to go. And then at 2 o'clock this morning, things would really start to ramp up and pick up. Already tugboats in position. We can see those lights illuminating the Dali. I'm sure that they have by this time gotten their lines secured to the ship. they'll be standing by kind of waiting on the tide to get in there and kind of move the ship a little, rise it up out of that mud. Then hopefully we'll see that ship slide back. I'm not sure we're having any audio trouble right now. Looking at our from what we're putting out over here, it looks like we are doing pretty good. Strategic, thank you very much for coming aboard, coming up on the top deck of the Minorcan Navy as a sailor. Thank you very much.
Andy, what's their bottom like?
It's mud. It's muddy. It's muddy. I don't know if it's pluff mud muddy, but it's muddy.
Because the Chesapeake's a lot like what we're used to.
It is. It is. The water here, and we talked about that a little bit during the process of the divers being in the water and the limited visibility, and it's very similar to what we have at home. You know, you get your hand out in front of your face a foot and you're under, well, you can't see your hand, you know, from a foot away.
But the other thing is that suction hole that the bottom gets, right?
Yeah.
It's breaking that hole.
It can be, you know, if you've ever, I can tell you guys, I have stepped in the mud at home, and
Don't even get me started.
you pull your leg up, and you lose your shoe. Literally, it'll take your shoe off of your foot.
Don't even get me started.
Alfred had a pluff mud experience in South Carolina.
It was an amazing adventure.
Once you've been in it, you completely understand exactly what I'm talking about. But it can hold you like a vice, and if the ship
It's been on bottom for a month and a half.
it may take a little movement, but there may be enough displacement to break that loose and get it floating. We certainly hope so. That would make the tugboat's job a heck of a lot easier.
Well, I'll say this. After being on the tugboats in Miami, doing smaller cargo ships, the power that those tugboats have and the way they manipulate those ships is incredible. And these are 3 times the size of the ones I was on.
I can tell you, having had barges. Oh yeah, sorry. It's 2 o'clock in the morning.
We gotta keep it a little low. It's 2 in the
Derek
morning.
always talks too loud. I can tell you, having had barges on pluff mud in the low country, it takes a while of throwing water with that prop up under the bottom to break that whole thing. Because like, I would have to come up with a push boat, get a hard contact, and put it in reverse, and like you can literally see the bubbles start appearing from underneath the bottom.
So it can just start coming up.
And it's a move left and right, left and right, left and right before you can back off. And I'm curious if that's what their bottom's like here.
We can always jump in.
We can do that.
2 in the morning, why not?
3,300 of you guys here with us. Thank you so much. If you haven't done it yet and you're in the stream here with us, do us a favor and hit the thumbs up. Give us a like. It doesn't cost you anything. That is free. And we certainly would appreciate it. If you guys want to help us out with the channel, go ahead and give us a like. Thank you. Thank you in advance. We're continuing to wait. Tugboats have been moved into position. Will the ship move earlier than 5:30? There's a lot that we're going to have to just wait and see what happens. Like my good friend from Miami says,
Wait for it.
we got to wait for it. Wait for it.
Wait for it.
You know, I would have thought, looking at our marine tracker, we would have seen some other support vessels or something like that around the ship, and I haven't really seen anything like that yet. So maybe the personnel from Resolve are actually on board the ship, but I don't see any other vessels around the area. The only other vessel we see out there right now, right off the stern, is a Coast Guard boat. That's that's a 29, so a smaller boat. But we don't see anything else around the ship other than the tugs right now.
Do you expect to have 3,000 people at 2 in the morning to watch this ship get moved?
I didn't think we'd have 32, and here we are with 3,300 here with us. This is pretty awesome. Thanks for joining us. We're all here because we're eagerly anticipating the Dali being moved.
Now, we're hearing the radio. It started to...
We're hitting a little crackle back there.
We heard them talking earlier as well, prior to when we started. There's definitely going to be some
We're going to try to see if we can move and figure out what's going on with the audio here with the radio. This is going to be, if we can pick up the tugs and get the transmissions that are going on with there, I think you guys are really going to enjoy hearing that. Coordination between the tugs is really pretty neat. Really pretty neat to hear. And they'll have somebody aboard the ship, and they're going to help them. They'll be helping them with understanding what's going on, and this is going to be a neat adventure. We've got so much equipment moving around here that we have it's hard to find an RF-free dead spot for the radio. So bear with us. We're going to keep moving around. I like to be able to hear the radio. But I want you guys to be able to hear me as well. If the radio gets too loud, you guys let me know in the chat, okay? almost an hour into the stream here this morning, just after 2:45 Monday morning in Baltimore. Tugboats, again, in position around the ship. If you're just joining us, we're anticipating seeing the Dali moved back into the port of Baltimore, back up to the marine terminal where she'll be berthed and where work will continue aboard the ship. The process of trying to get the ship off started earlier today at about 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock or so. When we got in and got live, they had already picked up 2 of the anchors off the stern of the Dali, and then we watched during the live stream the recovery of the anchor chain with the 533. There's been a lot of activity going on here for the past 12 to 18 hours. We won't see the engines on the Dali, the main propulsion engines, operated at all. That engine will remain shut down. You may see some exhaust coming out of the stack up at the Dali. Those are generators. That's the generating system supplying power to the ship. The main engines will not be brought online. No power will actually be supplied for the process of moving it by the ship itself. It's all going to be done with the tugboats. There is a good bit of talk about the crew and when a crew change will take place. I would think that once the ship was back at its berth in Baltimore, they may very well look at a crew change. $3,600 here with us. Good morning. We're live from Baltimore. The Dali is going through the last part of its preparations to be moved from where it's been pinned against the pier and in the mud along that shallow side of the channel. Crews have been working, getting things together, getting the anchor chain up, getting 2 of the 4 anchors that were up on the stern off, getting those up. And right now we have tugboats that have been moved into position. Basically all 4 corners of the ship and 1 off the stern. We got tugs from the Moran Towing Company and tugs from the McAllister Towing Company working together to get the Dali moved. High tide was scheduled for 5:24 this morning. If the ship is up, if the ship is floating, they'll probably come on back with it. I can't imagine them leaving the ship up against that pier floating without doing their best to go ahead and get it backed off and get it away from that. so many of you in here, and it's amazing to see the different locations throughout the world where people are joining us this morning. And you guys that are in across the pond, if you will, you guys have the added advantage that you're not staying up all night to watch the coverage. This is your event.
This is your event.
You guys have paid your dues, and you're
in the middle of the night, like saying, "Damn, Andy's on right now. This is getting good."
Yeah. So those guys are getting their reward for being here. I know Bernard's is over from Germany, and it's early in the day over there for him, and it's great to have you guys here with us. Thank you so much. Oregon's in here with us. Thank you, Cindy.
So Andy, you have your schedule set up to leave tomorrow, and you didn't know this was sprung on everyone that they were going to move the Dali on Monday. Everybody saw the invitation.
Sunday's my travel day.
Yes.
Sunday is my travel day, and Wade's been working for me. I would leave on Sunday evening. I'd come in and do a live stream Sunday, make it to the airport, get on the plane, and get back home Sunday evening. You got to take
her at home too.
Right, sure, and then come back Wednesday. And when Unified Command announced the day before, it's Monday, so Saturday evening they announced that they were going to move it.
Yeah.
I had to, you got to make those changes. Did not.
You had to make multiple changes when they did the detonation.
We did.
Right.
There were some delays there, so this is all part of the. It's part of the operation, and it's part that I didn't want to miss.
Yeah.
And I certainly didn't want to miss it for the viewers and the subscribers who have been involved with the story. And you're obligated.
Yeah.
You're obligated to continue the story.
Can you imagine they see this whole story that you've been giving them almost daily, and all of a sudden, the main part, you have one job, Andy, and you fell asleep.
We did not want to have that happen at all.
So there was a lot of added pressure because it was late at night, and regrettably, a lot of cameras don't work as good as the ones we have right now, so they can have this. I mean, you have incredible footage during the day, but during the day, it's easier because there's sunlight.
Oh, equipment works a lot better in daylight than it does at nighttime, and finding the right kind of equipment to be able to shoot at nighttime can be a challenge.
Yes, because you just.
But I've got great friends.
Yes, but you know what? So do I. I want them to know this, because Andy and I had a conversation today, earlier in the day, and for some of you that follow me, I film on the weekends at the boat ramp, in a local boat ramp by my house, and I call the series the Chit Show. So I was getting out of the Chit Show, I had done what I needed to do. Andy says, "So where are you going to be later?" I was like, "Why?" He goes, "They're going to refloat and move the Dali." I was like, "Andy, are you really going to make me do this?" He goes, "Ask your wife."
I already had a flight picked out for Derek and Alfred to get up here. I needed them, and I wanted you guys to be here. We started this thing together.
It was. And you know what? I think for me, because we got here when we did, with the very first video, right, that we all did together, it was an amazing adventure. I see it as American history. I really do. And obviously it was a tragic situation because we had 6 beautiful human beings perish in this accident.
Yeah.
And I think when you're so involved in a story like this, you want to see it eventually get fixed. And we've been seeing the men and women doing a great job out here. They've been doing a fantastic job getting the salvage done. And it's hard work.
I have said from the start, the people that are here working this job site are some of the best in the world at what they do. There's no doubt about it.
Think about the pressure. You know how much weight
It's
is on like the weight and the barge and the communication between the crane operator and the tug guy, and all of a sudden we gotta lay back. You know, those conversations, and the fact that you're letting them hear some of that radio traffic, I think is just brilliant. And Derek is spot on. It just gives a whole new dynamic to the whole story, because people see the back end, and I'm kind of like filming the back end of what you've been doing here, because a lot of people haven't seen you personally. They always see the camera film, because it's really about the Dali, right? It's not about Andy Jones. But I said, hey, let's make it a little bit about Andy Jones a little bit tonight, because it's 2 in the morning and we're hearing birds chirping. You hear that?
That robin has been chirping his entire stream. Like that adds a whole different perspective as well. Like it's just like it just sits there talking the entire time Andy's talking.
So when Andy said, yeah, I go, Andy, yeah, I go, you know, how much is the flight? He goes, $300. So immediately I said, all right, it's not gonna be too bad. He goes and sends me the information, $1,000. And I told him, you mother effer, you knew it was $1,000 all along.
I wanted you here.
I said, yeah, because I didn't want him to spend money, right? Because, guys, there's an investment here, up and back, up and back, up and back. You know, he has to fly, come back, do this. He's got the Minorcan Mullet, which was the initial one, which was the initial idea, right?
Right.
You get on the Minorcan Mullet. That's what you did during the Golden Rain, right? You filmed.
Well, I found here, because the safety zone was so much, you know, this is a whole bridge.
Yeah.
A whole bridge has been involved, and they had to expand the safety zone out.
Yeah.
And 2,000 yards is a long way. You don't really realize it until you understand that's a mile and a quarter.
Yeah, and yeah. With our naked eye, for you guys to see or understand, we don't see nothing here better than what you guys see on camera. So you guys are seeing better visuals, and we will see better visuals on the camera as opposed to what we can see with our eyes. The most that we see right now is the smoke of the stacks, which is distinguishable between the dark sky and the white smoke. So I think the fact that they have this front row seat so early. No, your audio should be fine.
It's your audio they're complaining about.
No, but you know, it's about,
not me. It's
yeah,
you.
but it's about Andy, and Andy's the one who's mic'd up here, and we're kind of just here helping and letting you guys see the visuals. But yes, the footage here that you guys are seeing has been incredible, because when I see that telescopic replay that you put, oh man, I'm invested those 8, 10, 12 minutes. I'm like, I gotta see that again. And I rewind them. I'm like, damn, when I was looking at the stream, it looked like nothing was happening, and all of a sudden you see something magical come out of the water, you know, that
Well, I know
bringing out
it's
stuff.
funny you say it, because, and I know that a lot of people that are here with us right now live, that participate in the chats, and they've seen comments just as well as I do about people that, you know, it's, you know, I'd rather watch paint dry,
Yes,
or
yes.
so much equipment and it's not doing anything. Well, yeah, if you look at it for 10 seconds, it doesn't look like there's a lot going on. However, when you speed that film up and you can watch those machines working and watch those men and women that are out there operating that stuff, it quickly gives you a new appreciation for what's going on out there. And we're talking about people who are moving massive amounts of weight. The tonnage that is being picked up, that has just been mangled and twisted and contorted and wrapped around itself. What they're doing out here is amazing work.
So think about it. Like, think about the dangers on I've been on those barges, Andy. You saw the one
Sure.
that I was in Palm Beach.
Sure.
Right, where they pull up the pilings and all that. Like these. First of all, watching them work is amazing, right? You're watching the best of the best doing what they do. But you're talking about steel, things break. When I talk to those guys on that barge that I did that video with in Palm Beach, they're like, yeah, we had a hydraulic line go off, and yeah, it just falls. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do
Right.
other than, you know, it just hits the water, and then you gotta fish it out. And I'm like, really? He goes, yeah, you know, it doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen. And then you just start seeing the conversations of what they say. It's crazy.
Well, this group of people that they have assembled out here for the task of getting the harbor open back up is truly one. Don John taking care of the bridge debris, resolve, handling the Dali and getting the Dali ready to get moved out of here, and then there's a little bit of blending in there, a little bit of blending between the two organizations where they have to work together in that area to make it all happen, and it's been really impressive to see.
So let me ask you, has the crew gotten off of the ship, or they're not allowed to leave the ship?
No, the crew, and that's
So
been
captain,
I've seen a lot, in just recently, past day or two, there's been a lot of media coverage about the crew, about the crew.
Yeah.
Trust me, if there's anybody in the world that you want on that ship right now,
Well, they know everything.
they know everything. They know all the systems.
They know everything.
They know which valves go to what. They know which switches do what.
Yeah.
Those are the people you want on that ship. They're familiar with the systems, familiar with the operation of it. And until this crisis is past, those are the people you want in place on that ship.
So the answer is they haven't left the ship.
No, they have not.
Are they not legally allowed to leave the ship because
Well,
they're
I don't know. I've heard there's been discussion about they don't have visas or their visas are expired. I don't know that. I don't know that for a fact.
well, the ship is not in any imminent danger either, right? So
No, it's not. And keep in mind, if there's a need for anything on that ship, they
it's
have
there, yeah,
they
it's
have
there.
people to help them with anything they need.
That was just an interesting observation, because I had people ask me some similar questions, and I said, I don't know, I want to ask Andy about that. And here's a good thing that I've also noticed, right? You've highlighted other content creators like Sal and all the other people that are
Jeff
doing,
Ostroff.
Jeff also, right? You're basically kind of like spreading it out, like, hey, don't just get information from me, get information from everybody, because they're giving a different angle.
That's
on
right.
This whole story.
There's another camera that's here on the other side of the bridge. It's the same camera that caught the actual collision of the Dali when it struck the bridge. That video, which has been seen
Yes.
across the globe,
A billion
another
views
camera,
probably.
but it's another angle. It's
Yes.
another way for people to look and understand what's going on
How
at the site.
How cool is it that you can be on YouTube watching live both angles of what's going on with the Dali more than you can watch on your nightly news?
Yeah,
That's wild.
yeah. Mainstream media, after a week or so, this thing started to cool down with them.
Yeah.
They're off, and that's what the news does. The news chases the latest and greatest shiny object, whatever that is over there. They got to go, got to
more
go,
views, we
got to
gotta
go chase it. This is. I have an interest in shipping,
Yeah.
and
And cranes and barges.
this is stuff I enjoy, and I have a little bit of knowledge about it, and I like to share it. And along that way, I don't know it all.
Yeah.
I make mistakes, but I'll correct. If I have a mistake, you correct yourself, and you
You're in
learn,
the
and you
front
move on.
lines. You're in the front lines. So listen, guys, let me tell you something about YouTube and the people who are here, right? You always get people that want to help you because they see how hard you work. And Andy's one of those guys, right? Andy's been busting his butt out here, giving you guys this content So people behind the scenes are always going to help them. So they're going to say, hey, listen, you when the detonation happened, right? That that moved around a couple days because of the rain and the weather. I wanted to come up for that event, right? To help out in that event. Thankfully, I didn't because I had a family issue that happened within that period. So it was just like a giant blessing. But just seeing how this has evolved from day one to now, it's just night and day. And the fact that you can give them this content and the people that have helped you behind the scenes, because it's never at the moment that they give you a pat in the back. Afterwards, when they see you and everything is over because the pressure's off them, they say, "You're a badass, Andy. You're a badass." And I bet you that happened to you with the Golden Ray, and it's going to happen to you here with everything you've done here. And I'm just proud that I'm just slightly a part of this, because to me this is American history. This is a big part of something symbolic in the United States that hopefully never happens again.
Well, I got some people in here saying you need a mic. I'll remind you guys, it's 3:07 local time in the morning, and we're in somebody's backyard.
Yeah, we got to keep it low.
Increase the gain though.
Well, you don't want him to clip, but listen, just talk to the audience. I just wanted to opine to let them know that backstory of it, and don't worry about it, guys. We really appreciate you guys being in here. If you have not, jumped in and smashed that like button, it does help let people know who are waking up to get this content recommended to them, because if it's not recommended to them, they're going to go ahead and see the restream, and you can watch this live as it's happening. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen. Nobody knows what's going to happen. We're here live.
I really appreciate you guys being here. Alfred, thanks for coming. Derek, thanks for being here and being a part of this with me.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Andy.
We're still watching and waiting to see the Dali move. If you're just joining us, we have tugboats that have made their way to the four corners in the stern of the ship. You can see them here. We got the Vicky McAllister, the Eric McAllister, the Bridget McAllister, Mark Moran, and the Lynn Moran. Lynn Moran's off the stern of the Dali. So we've got the tugboat. The tugboats are in place. Crews have been working to get the Dali prepared. When we eventually get to that moment, when they start to pull to try to get the ship off the mud bank and off that pier, they're going to pull the ship backwards, and they will take it upriver. Unified Command said 2.5 mile trip up to the marine terminal, where they will berth the ship, and they'll continue cleaning up the debris that's on the ship and doing whatever it is they have to do before making temporary repairs before the ship goes to its next stage, which will probably be a repair yard somewhere to have those damages that were suffered when the bridge collapsed on it repaired. We're still a little ways away, but we knew there was going to be some stuff going on out here early in the morning. Unified Command said that they would really begin operations to move the ship at 2 a.m. That's when I knew I wanted to be here. I didn't want to miss anything, and I wanted to bring you guys along so we could all watch it here live. 3,400 of you here with us. Thank you so much for joining us. Kirk's jumping in here. Kirk Towner's in here. Kirk is another one of the folks who, one of the folks who have kind of adopted me up here in Maryland. Kirk, I will gladly meet you at Cookies. Later on, after we will all meet you at Cookies Restaurant.
The USB-C?
Yeah, thanks guys, we're back. Battery Monster got us again. You guys that have been with us know we fight battery issues here, and that's a new pack. That was a new pack of batteries.
About an hour and
Not well. We set up, so it's probably closer to 2 hours. We've had the system up. We got after midnight, guys. We've been here since midnight. We have been here at the site since midnight. Wanted to try to get everything set as close to perfect as we could. 3,700 of you here with us. Thanks so much. You guys are investing your time here with us. We're going to try to give you the best possible images and audio we can. I think that's what it is. Thank you guys. I can always count on the Minorcan Navy to step up and tell me when things aren't and when they are. Yeah, to me it looks like the ship has definitely changed its attitude. She looks like she is up on the bow. I know that they were going to start moving that ballast water out of the tanks earlier in the day, and she really, to me, looks like she's up higher. Brandon Shore's power plant back there in the background. We're waiting. Sky conditions here are a little bit cloudy. It was clearer earlier, but luckily we don't have any haze or fog out here this evening. Make a couple adjustments here to the old telescopic camera. Now, don't stick that in there with the batteries in it. That's a disaster, trust me. It's just going to light them up. It's going to hit them in about 30 seconds. Did you plug it in? Well, that's a disaster. That's why I didn't want to monkey with it. Oh, it's not plugged in.
I unplugged it.
Oh.
Said, no, I didn't hear anything on this end.
You're not. Trust me, I've danced down this road before.
Yeah, but I'm listening to it on my phone.
Oh, is that the radio I'm hearing over there?
Andy, I've got it, my earbud in.
All right, stick them in. We're working on audio here just a little bit, guys. Hopefully,
Keep going.
hopefully this we can get this thing juiced up where we don't have a battery issue here in the future. Derek's working on something for us. I did not have much success when I tried it before. Maybe Derek's got the magic touch. Guys, we're live here in Baltimore where we're waiting to see the Dali get moved. Teresa, thank you. Good morning. Thanks for being here with us.
It's fine.
We're good. All right, we may have solved the problem.
We won't have to change out batteries.
Won't have to change out batteries on those. Now, these, still an issue.
Yes.
We'll worry about those when it happens. These batteries do last longer.
Yeah.
That's the one. Guys, I've got such great friends here with me. In here, I'm actually getting some good technical help. This is almost as good as I envisioned it. Thanks so much, guys, for joining us live from Baltimore.
It sounds just fine.
Good job.
We can all go home now.
So what do you guys think? Do you think the ship's going to come off before 5:24? Do we need to start a poll?
I think you should.
I mean, I think we could do that, and everybody could put in what time they think the ship's going to come off. Will it come off today?
I think it's coming off today.
You were
Maybe.
not wrong about those mosquitoes.
Yeah, there's some spray.
Yeah.
They're vicious. They are vicious. We have discovered the Maryland mosquito today. This morning they are out with a vengeance here. $4:45. Coyote Steve says 4:45. We got Betty Boop says 5. Oh. Michael says 6:30 on the back side of the tide. Very interesting. 5:30, 4:54. See, I'm kind of like you. I think it's going to happen before the high. Granny, thank you so much. 5:30, yeah. If they can get it up and float it, I think it's going to come on back. I think it's going to come on back earlier than 5:24.
Well, we still are going to try to get the shot. We'll reposition the tripod to see if we can get another shot when they're moving it.
We'll see what happens. You know what? We could be sitting right here talking and having this conversation, and all of a sudden the chat will light up going, it's moving.
The chat will tell us.
It's moving.
The chat will tell us before we would see it.
Well, see, that's the thing, and I keep saying, because sometimes I have to talk to chat and say, because
They see it better than us.
they're looking on 60 and 80-inch monitors and seeing details that I can't see from where we are here.
Well, the cool thing about that poll, and they've already said something about it, is it gives a reference point, right? So like if you want to know if your anchor's dragging, you always have to have that reference point to see where you're.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
That poll is actually going to give them a reference point to it.
Yep. That pole is going to be it's in a great spot to be able to tell if anything starts moving down the ship.
Now, question: in the app, will the ship move in real time?
Yeah.
It will.
Yeah. There's a little latency, but yeah, you'll see it moving.
Wow, that is wild.
Tiger, I didn't see Dr. Macagliano's shout out today, but I've heard about it. I've heard several people have contacted me. Dr. Macagliano is he's a great YouTuber, and he is somebody that I met early on when I started the process in Georgia with the Golden Ray. I would check in with him on his show, and it was both of us were very early into our YouTube career, if you will, our time tubing. Got to know Dr. Macagliano then, and he is a true asset, and I'm very, very happy to know him. Actually had him on with us the day of the demolition. We had some technical issues there, but we did get him on just before they detonated the shape charges to cut that span, and it was really an honor to have him stop by and visit with us. He adds so much to the discussion. Again, just look, like Alfred and I were talking about, there are so many available resources here on YouTube. And it's not just me, it's not just Dr. Macagliano, it's not just Jeff, but when you look at the complete group and are able to pick up different pieces and parts of what everybody has to offer, you really get a pretty clear picture of what's going on. And that's been a really neat experience for me. But it was good, really good, and I'm very appreciative and humbled by what I heard he said. I'm going to be looking it back up, and he is a great guy, really is. See, we got Joe on here watching this on a 75-inch television. He's going to be the guy. Yeah. He's going to be the guy that calls out and go, I see the pole moving by the E back there on the Magic logo. So, Joe, thanks for being with us.
Yeah, whatever you don't see, right? Whatever letter you don't see, when we see that letter,
yeah,
you let us know.
You let us know. We got a great group of moderators here with us tonight. Tiger, Bernard, Teresa's in here with us. I haven't seen Captain Brian yet. Maybe too late for Captain Brian. I don't know. I don't think it's too early for him because he likes to fish. Maybe too late for him. But hopefully we'll see him. You guys, I love the Minorcan Navy. There's something about you guys that just makes me gravitate right toward you. Thank you guys so much for being here with us. Almost 4,000 of you here with us. We are here waiting.
By 5 a.m. we'll have
watching
10,000 people in here.
Yeah,
Easy.
It very well could happen. I know that a lot of people were saying they weren't going to get up. I hope they don't wait till 5 o'clock and miss the show. You know, it could, if this thing happens, we got people saying in here it may go off at 4:20.
Listen, that's why we're all here. That's why we've been here since 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, you guys, we came in I picked these guys up at the airport, and we drove straight here and started setting up equipment.
And then you went live, and then we got food.
I'm afraid when Taco Bell rears its face.
Yeah. Well, listen, the drive around here
Oh,
to get to, well, let's just say that Google Maps didn't give us the safest route.
we got here now.
We're here, but it got kind of sketchy. You might have lost 2 of us.
Well, we're down here in Baltimore, in the Dundalk area, and every city has its challenges.
Well, listen, this is okay compared to where we accidentally went through. so
They were in the process of stealing somebody's tires off the truck. We rolled up on it.
yeah, we're like, okay,
Yeah.
we're lost. We got to get out of here. We
Yeah.
just want Taco Bell.
Yeah, studio. That's exhaust. That's generator exhaust, and we've seen that coming out of the ship. Really, since we've been over here, it's just right now the camera that we have set up right now is really picking up on it a lot more. Curious, you want to pan to the right? We'll give you a little view to the right and show you what's going on over there. There's not a whole lot going on there. We can kind of scan around and show you guys what the site is.
Now, Andy, for those tuning in who may not know, what's
Yep.
the tidal swing here?
It's about 2 feet. It's not a huge tide, but every little bit helps. There's no doubt. And when it gets to the point that the ship is up and they're ready, they're going to engage those tugboats, and hopefully we're going to see the Dali come out of here. Nothing else really going on. You can see in the background where they have kind of mustered the cranes and that other equipment that they've had earlier that was up close to the bow. They've moved it back. Everything is kind of pulled back away from the Dali. And now the only thing we see around the Dali are those 5 tugboats that are on and standing by, ready to go to work. You guys, thanks so much for bringing me in. As we all watch the process to get the Dali moved from where it's been held in place by the mud and by that bridge support that it struck when the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed. Thank you guys for being here with us. We're shooting this video from a little over 1.5 miles away from the site.
That's another question I wanted to ask you. How was the sound when that bridge was?
Oh my God.
How was it? How did it feel? Did you feel it here?
It was a very sharp, very quick concussion. It was very loud.
Very loud.
Very loud.
Some people were saying before it was going to be like a fireworks. So it was
much worse than a firework.
Okay.
Much worse.
Because I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, wow, that sound must have traveled through that water like crazy.
It came across,
It punched everybody.
We're watching it. Everybody's, and here at Robin Robbins, they were here. There was a lot going on with some problems they were having. They were here. The neighbors were here. The UPS truck driver was here. Well, there was a group here. There was a lot of folks here. who'd stopped by to watch that, and you saw the flash. Oh, and you can see the stuff start falling away. And then the sound hit us.
So,
you know,
so it took like maybe what 10, 20
they were a
seconds?
mile and a half away. It was a little bit of delay there, waiting on the old, you know, the
So
physics to take place.
So you saw the light, and then eventually you heard boom.
Yes, yes,
Wow.
that's exactly how it went down. The ship's lit up where the tugboats are in place. You can see that where the spotlights from the tugboats are shining on the hull of the ship. Here in the view here, you can see those 3 areas that are lit up. Those are where the tugboats are, at least over here on the port side of the ship. You guys, I really appreciate it. Over 4,000 of you here with us. Thanks so much. Just after 3:32 local time in Baltimore, and we are all eagerly anticipating the Dali moving away from its current location and being taken about, they're going to say they're going to take it about 2.5 miles up the river, up to a marine terminal there where they'll berth it, and they're going to do some more work on trying to get some of that debris taken care of it, and probably remove some of those damaged containers that are still on board. You know, a lot of damage. That ship's, there is a lot of damage on the bow of that ship. We've seen images from Unified Command that they distributed from a tour of the ship when basically we were allowed on the ship, and there was some really great footage that was provided to us by Unified Command. But when you get on there and look at the damage and the whole scope of what has happened, really comes to light. I'm thinking 502.
502.
502. You want to pick a time?
How about whoever gets the exact time, we'll send them some Chicho merchandise.
We'll throw in some Minorcan Mullet stuff.
There you go, and food boat stuff.
I'll give them a half a sticker.
A half a sticker? Why a half?
Guys,
It's a running joke with my diehards.
Oh.
the first person,
They have to get it on to the minute.
it's got to be
To the minute.
got to be the when it starts to move, when we notice it moving, and you've got to be the first person
They
to
gotta-
guess that time.
But they got to comment it in the chat.
It's
now.
got to be in the chat.
Now you have to comment it in the chat now, so that we can go back and look to see who actually got it right.
Yeah, and we're
Tiger can start compiling that, can he, or something? One of your
Well,
mods?
well, they can go
No,
back.
we can go back. We can watch the
go
chat.
back.
We can watch the
go
chat.
back.
We'll
Yeah,
figure it out.
We can go back, but they have to say it now, because if it gets too close, they're obviously going to get more.
Oh yeah,
better tell.
yeah. And don't get in the chat and start. Once your time's up, don't come back and try to be throwing a new time in
yeah.
there. We're watching you. Yeah, throw your time in there. I think that's a great idea. We'll do that.
We're an hour and 44 minutes in. So around the hour and 44 minute mark is where.
Well, we're going to see. We don't know. We haven't heard any chatter on the radio.
Everything's been quiet.
Everything's been quiet. You think they changed the channels for the night because they knew the Minorcan Navy was going to be here on the live?
I can't imagine that they would they would consider us any kind of influence on any part of the operation. That's one thing I tried, Alfred, to pride myself on, is staying back. I want to, everything, every image that I bring, I want it to be done in the guidelines that are provided by the organization. Andrew G., thank you so much. They put those safety guidelines out there with the safety zone, with the TFR for the drones. All that stuff's there for a reason. I didn't want to impinge on any of that. I wanted to stay back out of that zone, work inside the confines that I was given, and be able to bring decent images and video to the viewers and subscribers. And I think we did a masterful job of it.
So you're saying that if you needed an 800 zoom lens, you would have got that if you needed it?
If I needed it. If I needed it. The equipment that we brought.
Some of them are asking what time it is now, just as a point of reference.
Okay.
3:37.
It's 3:37 in the morning.
Yep, local time.
Eastern Standard Time.
Eastern Daylight Time.
Well, daylight.
Yeah, it's EDT. It's daylight.
Daylight.
Don't confuse, because we're not giving them an hour. It's
Eastern
Eastern Daylight Time.
Yes. So, I already saw there's people from California in here. They're 3 hours back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
So you're.
We're still early for them.
Well.
It's just midnight.
Well, think about it. This is the best time for people like who just said in Germany, right? They're in Germany. They're gonna be able to be like, wow, I'm actually enjoying this. I'm actually having breakfast now, and I can watch this.
Yeah, not a problem. We've got folks from all over the globe here, and just to see where everybody's coming from is so impressive. YouTube does have, through their means, know where our subscribers are coming from and where they're viewing from. And it's really interesting to look at that geography and see just how many places I've had people watching the channel from across the globe.
I think they want some of that Minorcan Navy shirt, because that chat, I'm seeing all the times there. Look, Boot Chop just said 7:37. David Harris says 4:30. I'm sorry, David Harris says 5:27. Sharon Kitchen said 4:30 a.m. Lorraine said 5:03. I mean, you guys are really. Could you imagine all we got 4,100 people in here right now,
42,
and they don't get it right? That would be terrible.
D-Vent has it down to the second. 4:21:16.
Could you imagine there's somebody on the actual tugboat calling his wife and said, "Honey, this is when it's gonna happen."
I'm gonna get this. I want to get that shirt. I want to get that shirt.
We ain't moving this thing until then.
Let's go see what's going on the stocks.
You know, usually at this time we'd be watching the Chesapeake 1000 and the Claw working up some debris or having some kind of. We've seen some epic battles out here with the equipment, and it's been we've actually named, you know, we've nicknamed some of them. We've got Ed. That's Edward Scissorhands. Ed is a hydraulic excavator that's fitted with one of the shears on the front of it. Looks like a big lobster claw.
I did see that. Yes, I did see that.
And so we enjoy watching Ed. Ed brings a lot to the broadcast. The week's 5:33, watching that big.
That was
Derek,
the star this week. Right?
Yeah,
Who was the star?
he pulled that. They got that big piece of metal off the ship, and actually, the way that piece came out, that piece had to have been just kind of skewered right down through the deck of the Dali, because there was like one leg that was really long. It was a lot longer than what was exposed from the ship when he started pulling. I'm sure everybody that's in here in the chat that saw that is going to say, you're right, that thing was down in the ship when they pulled it out. And, you know, almost like pulling a splinter or something out. But that was a massive piece. But, you know, you watch the 533, the Chesapeake 1000, the Oyster Bay, the Farrell, all those assets. Sampson was out here working the Baltimore crane.
So on your tablet, let's show them real quick. Where exactly is right now where they were seeing? Where's the weeks at? Is it showing on this as well? Or
Yep. We can come back over here, and we see the Oyster Bay is right here. That's a Don John asset. That's a crane that's there.
Okay, so name the function. What is that one? Like, what have they been using that one for? Because I know that some of them have different functions, right? Because
we've seen the Oyster Bay out doing a couple different jobs. One of the things we've seen it doing was using a clamshell bucket. It's been doing a little digging out there, but it's a track mounted crane on the barge, and it's just a versatile heavy loader. You know, it's one of those all-purpose guys that gets out and really gets the job done. The Farrell, that's another Don John piece of equipment. Over here, we got these little clusters going on, but this is the Chesapeake 1000. This is really the heavy lifter that's been here.
that's the one you call the Chessie.
That's the Chessie right there. It is a massive derrick barge. Now the thing, this is a fixed. Some people might call this a stiff leg derrick, but it's fixed. The crane does not rotate any different. It's independent of the barge. It's fixed to the barge. In order to turn the boom, you have to turn the whole barge. Does that make sense to you?
They have they flood this barge?
Yep. They have
Because I
tanks.
saw
They
that
have
it was
tanks
sitting low.
very similar to the way they've done the Dali, where they added the water to the bow tanks to set that ship down and keep it pinned down into the mud. The Chesapeake has the same kind of system with tanks in it, and they'll pump water in it, and they use that for ballast in that piece of equipment. But there's a little cluster of them that are over here in this area, and a lot of these, Brian Nichols, this is a tugboat that is part of Don John's fleet. The Shannon Dan, that is a Dan towing vessel. Dan towing out of Florida. All of these. This is the 533. The 533 is over here. Another heavy lifter. This is a one of those pieces of equipment. When you see it, you don't forget it. It's done some amazing things. And this same derrick barge was actually down in Georgia and worked on the Golden Ray project. And I saw this piece of equipment down there as well.
The one that was at the Golden Ray, what was that one?
That was called that was the VB 10,000.
What happened to the VB 10,000? Did they take it out of the States, or where did it go?
No, it did when it left us. It went back around to the Gulf, and it got into some trouble. It got over into Mexico, and it was grounded for a little while.
Oh, it got grounded.
Yeah, but they got it off.
What?
She is right. The VB right now is back in, I think Port Arthur. I think it's over there in Texas, at Port Arthur. But it's, you know, the VB was designed for offshore oil field work, for straight vertical lifting at depth. And while it could really pick up a lot of weight, I don't think its application here would have been a benefit. And really big to try to move around, and you'd have to straddle everything that you you lift it up with it. Just by design, it's a little
I
different.
saw somebody put 346 in the chat. I just want to let them know they did not win.
They didn't win.
Hey, good morning, everybody. You're here with us live, and we are in Baltimore. Crews have been working on the Dali to get it ready to be refloated. To me, it looks like the bow's come up on it. It looks like they've gotten that water ballast out of the bow of the ship. 5 tugboats now around the Dali in position. 2 on each side, 1 on the stern. And we are awaiting
High tide is at what time?
5:24. We're awaiting high tide or thereabouts.
Have you been able to hear with your ears any of the movements?
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
So we really haven't heard much yet tonight,
No.
other than that bird.
Yeah, with the without seeing any of the assets out there working, I wouldn't expect that we would hear really any noise. But from our vantage point here, you could actually hear bangs and thuds and you know.
But most of that happened during the day, yesterday.
Right.
Right?
It's been ongoing, you know.
Yes, but I'm saying like the majority of those people, like the cranes and the barges that needed to do so the actual tugboats can use that high tide to their advantage to move the Dali. It's basically up to the tugboats now.
Yes,
That's it.
that's right. Yeah. The engine on the ship, the main propulsion,
Oh, no, it's a dead ship.
will not be used.
Yes, it's a dead ship.
She will not be used at all. So it's going to be. Hey Andy, thank you so much.
Now, are you saying the engine's not going to be used because your contacts have told you that? Or
Well, there's so much risk, right?
Yeah.
Why would you create unnecessary risk? You don't know what's going to happen.
They've got a tug that's off the stern of it. They'd have to be coming astern. You know, I just.
It's so hard to move.
oh yeah.
I mean, where's it going to go? Like,
I'm only saying this because people been in chat.
no, because so here's the thing, right? When I've been on the tugboats doing my tug series, I have a series called the Tug Series, and if you guys haven't seen, it's pretty cool on my channel. And when they come across a ship that's not being used, or even if it is being used, but it's not on their own power, they call it a dead ship.
Right.
So in this case, the best friend that ship can have right now is those 5 tugs that are surrounding it. One is going to pull that stern, and I'm assuming the ones on the sides are actually going to help.
They will help.
control.
They will help. They'll help with the pushing as well.
And we did notice.
And they also will be able to. And there's going to be
Steer.
somebody up there directed. There's going to be, you know, they'll have Resolve will have personnel up there directing the operation.
Well, so just so they know as well, there's always someone on the boat itself. So when I did a video in the Miami River with a tugboat that they actually pulled a smaller cargo ship, and the pilot essentially is the person who is on top of the ship. He has a walkie-talkie and he's communicating to the pull tug. I'm sorry, to the stern tug.
Right.
Of what he's seeing. Hey, to your port you have X, Y, and Z. There's a boat coming. There's a yacht coming. It was very interesting to see that.
I've watched that series down on the Miami River.
It's incredible.
And
million views.
To me,
it's incredible. My favorite video.
I would be so nervous if I was involved in on the tugboat or up there, because those guys are dealing with people that come off your show in boats that sometimes don't even look like they need to be there, and they're operating around those ships, and oh my God, don't you go.
Andy,
Make you squinch.
I tried to see if I can get a reaction from these tug guys, right?
Yeah.
I'm there with them. Obviously, I know when I can mess around or not, because they tell me, they talk to me, but they are so precise. And if, just so they can know, if you type in Miami tugboats at night, to me, for me, I've done a lot of cool things on my channel.
Sure.
But to me, that is the best video I've ever done. And not because of what I did, because of what the captain did.
Yeah.
Right? It's so impressive to watch them
Yep.
work. And you know what's even crazier? What these guys are doing daily on this project, a lot of people won't see because they don't allow people like yourself or me or Derek to film it. But if they did, that will give you a slight idea of what it'll be. Because I know that you've been on some tugboats on your channel as well.
Sure.
And massive ones. And hopefully your audience gets to start seeing some of your older content as well.
The people, those guys down in Miami, these guys out there, they're all professionals. These guys, and one thing I've always, you can't beat experience on a job site. Guys that have been there, been down in the trenches, know what they're doing. The same as out here, same as what you guys go on through. It's a bit different down in Miami than it is here because
Well, it's very tight.
It's very tight.
Very tight. I mean, I jokingly, you know, all these tug guys, they all know each other, right? So I was on the boat one time with them, and one of them, they had one of their tugs go down, and it's actually in the night video, and I had done a video with that captain during the day,
Yeah.
right? So two competing companies, but they all know each other, they're friends. And he's like, "That's the Wolf," you know. And I was like, "Why did they call him the Wolf?" He goes, "Well, we got our reasons, you know." and then I asked each of them, what is the part or bridge that makes them kind of squirrely? So it's interesting to see how one of them says, "Oh, that's nothing," and the other one says, "This is the one that I really don't like."
Yeah.
But it's interesting to see how different scenarios affect them differently. They're still professional, that nothing happens, but their sense of alert is heightened in those spots.
Well, we've talked about it a little bit here on the channel, into the event here that led up to it. You know, those tugboats, when they're moving the ships down in Miami, they go through the bridge. They've got a tug on each end of the ship that's pulling it through there. You know,
Yeah.
a couple tugs, on the Dali that night would have made a huge difference.
Oh, this would have been a non-event.
It would.
So that opens up the question, though. What question does that open, right? That opens up the question is, going forward, how do we prevent something like this happen? Do we have to have tugs following these or guiding these ships out to safer waters? Because in most circumstances, a ship doesn't lose power right before a bridge.
Right.
But it can. Obviously, we realize
it can,
now
and
after the
I
fact
think
how
it happens, and we've seen it happens more often than a lot of people know. That a lot of people want to accept that the ships lose power. It's unfortunately it's a mechanical beast, and that beast occasionally has hiccups, and when it does, there are problems. Sometimes they happen at very inopportune times, and it's a disaster, and that's what we're looking at here.
I'll give you a quick example. Much smaller scale. I'm doing a video on my tug series with one of the tug captains in Fort Lauderdale that tows yachts, very expensive yachts. All of a sudden, we knew that the yacht had gone under maintenance. So I asked the captain, I said, "So what do you do here?" He goes, "Well, we know that they just came out of maintenance, so we're gonna hang close with them, let them go in a safe area, we'll keep an eye on them, and once they're going, they go."
Right.
while we're underway, and this is on my YouTube channel, guys, on my tug series, the captain of the yacht screams out over the radio, Courtney, Courtney, come get me. He had a fire.
Fire on the boat.
Well, the fire started happening on the boat. So what happened is one of the systems wasn't properly put on, or something, and then all of a sudden the oil from the hydraulic line, something happened. But immediately they shut everything down. Current was taking the yacht to the port. In that case, that's close to Port Everglades, and then the captain said, I'm going to keep them close to here. So once they got both tugs back on, they stopped the tug from the boat from drifting into the port and damaging itself, because it was a dead ship at that point. Well, once they did that, the captain said, I'm going to keep you close to the port, because God forbid if they needed some assets like fire trucks or something like that, they can actually just pull up from the port and then spray the boat from there if it caught fire.
Yeah.
Eventually.
That's smart thinking. That's smart thinking.
But they could have stopped it like here, right? Like 2-3 tugboats could have easily slowed the momentum of
I
the
think
Dali.
if those tugboats had been on the ship going out, it wouldn't have been. They wouldn't have been traveling at a real fast speed. They'd have been at handling speed for the tugs, and those tugs would have been on, and they would have maneuvered it on through the bridge. And that's something that I think the industry really needs to look at, the shipping industry and it's not everywhere, but there's certain infrastructure that is vulnerable and needs to be protected, so we never see this kind of thing happen again.
But you also got to keep in mind, right? There's current, there's wind, so they have to have a certain amount of speed so that current and that wind doesn't affect them. So they're gonna have to have some propulsion on there to get through that. And if you look at these ships,
they'll use a little bit, but I'll say this: the tugboats that are manufactured today that are using those tugboats that are out there right now on the Dali, those tugs, they're pushing well over 5,000 horsepower. That's a lot of horsepower in a boat, and they might not push it fast, but
they'll slow it down.
They can handle it.
Yeah, they can handle it.
They can handle it.
Yeah.
But I do think that's something. And again, I don't think it's a black and white where you lay down every ship that comes into every port has to have an escort. I'm not saying that or advocating that at all. But what I am saying is there are some ports that have some vulnerable infrastructure that we need to protect.
Well, think about the size of the Dali, right? Like, and this is just my experience, right? So when I went on the tugboats and I did my tug series, we got on a tugboat. We took out the cargo ship, and they get it out of the Miami River, and then they turn it in the basin so they could head out the port and then go through government cut. But once they turn the actual ship, because in most cases they're pulling it backwards. Once they turn it to that basin and they turn the ship, and the captain says, "Thank you very much. Have a great day." The tugboats.
It's over. Yeah,
that's it. They
cut loose.
They cut loose. They go straight back to the Miami River, and they're going to go get their next job. Or in some cases, they have already another boat ready to come back into the actual port. That's obviously the best scenario for those captains, right?
Just catch another one and take it right back in.
Take it right back in, and you get two, one on the way out and one on the way in. But yes, definitely interesting stuff to watch these guys work, and just seeing this happening. I mean, time is starting to fly. We're at 4 a.m.
It's 4 a.m. We're here live in Baltimore. If you're just waking up, I've got some guests here with me this morning. Alfred Montaner is here with me from Miami, from his YouTube channel and the Chit Show. Derek Astorino is with me as well from Charleston, South Carolina, his YouTube channel, The Food Boat. These are the two guys, two good buddies of mine that made the initial trip with me up to Baltimore when we came up for our first view of the Dali. I will never forget that day. They're here with me.
There's some movement at the bow. Can you see that at all?
Well, they're gonna see it if they're on a 75-foot.
Yeah, if they're on a 75-inch screen, they're seeing more than we're seeing here.
Well, if there's movement at the bow, there should be movement amidship.
Yeah.
There should be movement
They're
at the
probably
stern.
trying to rock it or pull at the same time.
They're probably trying to break it free of that mud.
You know, during the day when the tugboats throttle up and throttle down, usually we get a little bit of exhaust puff, so we can kind of get a visual indicator that they're.
Yeah, but not these Gen 4 motors and stuff.
You don't see it like you used to. We're certainly not going to see it at nighttime.
No, those Detroits you could hear from here if they were humming. How far did you say we were?
We're just over a mile and a half away from
You can
there.
still hear Detroit.
Probably could.
I do hear something now. I do hear a hum now.
Your ears are better than mine.
I've been hearing that bird, and I think
Robin.
I think that robin is here to.
Guys,
Let them know they
if
can
you're-
zoom in on their phones as well.
yeah, you can zoom in. Tiger has told me about if you have your phone, you can usually zoom in with that and get a closer look at what's going on. People are saying it's moving.
We hear it. I hear it. I hear it. You don't hear that hum?
I hear something.
I hear it. I hear something. I hear something that I didn't hear earlier.
You guys are going to make me cover up the chat so I can get the big screen here on the laptop and see if I can make out anything. Looking to see if there's any movement. It's just so hard to tell. It's so hard to tell if it's actually moving for me. We keep waiting to hear commands or something from.
The hum in the background's the air conditioned.
No, that's not. That's not. It's not. I heard it over there.
You hear it out there?
Yeah.
They had originally said that
You hear them. You hear the hum.
they would move it at high tide.
They're pushing. They're pushing. You can hear them pushing.
The tugboats.
Well,
So the guys are saying that they're saying now that they can hear the tugs over there working on it. Their ears are obviously better than mine. Keep in mind we're still a mile and a half away from the site. They very well may be pushing on it. I'm just not seeing a lot of movement on it. What do you guys? Are you guys seeing the ship move? Jeffrey Barker's saying he can't. He's on an 85-inch TV and he can't see it. He can't see any movement.
I think some of these guys are just bragging.
Take a picture of that 85-inch and send us. We want to see that 85.
I think they're just bragging now. That's a flex.
All right.
Hold this for me for a second.
Can you see on the map here
Hold this for me
if
for
any
a
of
second.
if these assets are moving?
No, nothing's moving. Hey, Derek, you come sit right over here a second. Bring your chair over here a second. They want to see you guys. I think they want to see you guys. Y'all can chit chat for a second. I'm going to try to listen.
You're the one with the mic.
No, I don't have the mic. Alfred's got it.
So Derek, were you low key making that up or no?
The hum?
Yeah,
No, I could hear the hum.
I heard it too.
Yeah, you can hear those power plants working on those tugs.
Guys, my name is Alfred Montaner,
Oh,
and this is Derek. Yeah, guys, I just wanted to make sure we got him eating Taco Bell here at 4 in the morning. Just back to regularly scheduled programming. It's been a long night.
We had a very sketchy Taco Bell run.
It was my last sketchy Taco Bell run.
But like I told Alfred, he's been married with kids too long. That's a Taco Bell run. There's no such thing as a sketchy Taco Bell run. They're just Taco Bell runs.
All right, guys, if you have mentioned 408 or earlier, you did not win the Minorcan Mullet show. Look at some people saying the chit show over here. Yes, guys, I obviously do a boat ramp channel, and Derek does food. Did you see the food that I did the other day while I was live at the boat ramp?
Oh my God!
Oh man, it was the best steak I've ever.
No, I seasoned that grill for you.
You did. You broke it.
I broke that grill in.
Yes, with the chorizo burgers.
And then again with the jalapeno cheddar broth.
Yes. I need some comments here. What do you guys think about Taco Bell at 4 in the morning? Is that a healthy alternative to regular food? I don't want this guy in the truck later. I really don't. It's gonna be a long morning, guys. If you just joined the stream, my name is Alfred Montaner. Andy Jones, your host, is taking a 5-minute break. He's been here since 1 in the morning. Well, we've been here since before that, but it's been a long night, to say the least. We're here with the Dali, waiting for the movements, and you guys are here in chat just watching everything happen. So it would be helpful if you guys can go ahead and let us know via the chat if you guys see any movement, and if there's anybody that's on the other side at Trade Point and you have some visuals, or maybe you're watching Stream Time live on the other side and you guys see something, hey, I think it's awesome that you guys have the ability to watch both angles, because there's 2 lives happening at the same time. How epic is that? Welcome to the future of media. All right, let me go ahead and see some of the comments here. We got John Kohler in the house. We got Main Girl in the house. We got Steven Siska over here. We got a lot of members. Thank you for the slow mode. Slow mode has been activated because it's hard to see the chat. Sailor Gabble says Taco Bell might get explosive. Woof. Don't want to be in that car later.
Yeah. They could also go ahead and put a time right now as to when they think Taco Bell is going to be a regret. And I'll definitely give them a sticker then.
Okay. Derek says, what time Taco Bell is going to be a huge regret? Comment below, guys. Maybe you can go get half a sticker. You don't get a full sticker with Derek, but you might get a discolored half sticker if you guys picked that. How amazing has this series been with Andy Jones from the Minorcan Mullet? Just the fact that there's so many people in here smashing that like button, it's just awesome. I mean, you are truly blessed, Andy. You have a fantastic fan base, and you should be extremely proud that they've supported you so much along the way.
I am ecstatic.
And
for the response.
Guys, we're gonna give the chair back to Andy, but I just want to say, this man has spent $2,000 just so we can help him here. In a matter of, we literally got a call at 1 o'clock, and he said, "Hey, we need you guys here to help." He can do it all on his own. Get over here. The last time we did one of these, we did it here, and then we did an actual Christmas one with Andy. And if you don't know, check out the Christmas special he did in St. Simon, Georgia. Incredible. Get in there, Andy, so they can see you. But yeah, how epic was that Christmas event? And
Well, you know, that was a lot of fun. I got to spend the Christmas with some good friends, and
Oh, it was. I mean, it was unforgettable. My family will never forget that, especially my grandson.
well, guys, we're all here for the same reason. We want to see the ship moved. We want to see the Port of Baltimore restored to economic viability. We want to see shipping return unrestricted here in the port. Thank you guys for joining us. Coming up on 4:15 here local time, tugboats in position. They've been here for a while on the ship, waiting for the tide. And we're hoping to see the ship move. I'll remind some of you, if we start to get a lot of traffic in here in the chat,
He slowed it down already.
we may see some additional changes to the chat. It's going to be a busy time when it gets started here. As we get closer, I see almost 5,000 of you here in the chat and watching the live stream with us. Thank you for joining us. As we get closer to the 5 o'clock hour, really expect to see a lot of people join us as we get closer and closer to the high tide mark. That projected to be at 5:24. But as the tide comes up, and if conditions are right, we may see the ship begin to move earlier than 5:24. There's been a lot of work done out here at the site from both Resolve and Don John Marine. Those crews assembled here, some of the best in the world, and we have been witnessing that over the past weeks for this moment to hopefully see the ship move away. The tugboats on the four corners and on the stern of the ship right now. I think that a lot of the difference is camera angle, of why the ship looks different. From my vantage point here and from what I've been witnessing in the past, the ship is leveled considerably more than what we've seen in the past. The bow does not look like it is down like we have seen it here in the past. It looks like the ballast that was up in those bow tanks has been pumped out, and now it's a waiting game. It's a waiting game for the time when the ship comes up out of the mud and they're able to back it off.
The high tide's again at 5:30.
524.
524 is projected high tide for here.
Now, me having moved plenty of barges out of the mud, this is when I would start moving a little bit now.
Yeah,
I would start trying to move that stern back and forth, you know, left to right, side to side, to try to get it out.
you know, the guy. I think that is a great plan, but I want to keep in mind the bow's still up there against that pier, and a lot of movement right there could cause some other damage if it's still laying against that piece of pier that's up there. So all that has to be factored in to the teams that are on board, and they're monitoring that. You can bet Resolve has got teams on board with eyes watching.
It looks like there's some lights on the bow.
Yeah, you know,
Like there's people up on the bow.
very well could be, and I would expect to see that. You know, I would expect to see some people up there watching and looking, and they're helping. I'm sure that they're probably calling out different things they're looking at. We can actually see some light, and looking at, if you guys that are there watching stream time.
Look, I just went back to there. And look, if you guys, there's people on the bow. You can see them on the bow and stream time as well, and we can see them on here. I don't know if you guys were able to pick up on that, but I saw it myself. So it's interesting, because look how there's.
Yeah, they're right there. Now keep in mind, they still have that pier. That pier is over on that starboard side of the bow. $5,400 of you here with us. Good morning. We're live from Baltimore. You're on the Minorcan Mullet channel. We have been on location here since midnight, getting set up and getting ready to have you guys here in with us. We've got $2,700 likes and 5,000 of you here in the chat. We can do better than that. You guys hit that like button. Give us a thumbs up. We're putting the effort in. We're not asking for much. Do us a favor and hit the like.
I do believe we'll get
Todd, good morning.
10,000 likes today. I do believe that. 10,000. All night stream, 10,000 likes. I think that's pretty manageable. I think it'll happen.
Need to see some more love here from the folks we've got here with us. You guys can help us out by giving us a like. Thank you so much.
Somebody just said that you look like Kenny Rogers on the Stream Time Live. Jeff Dorman, you're dead to me. No. No, but you know what? This is the beauty of media and YouTube, right?
Sure.
There's people watching on one side, we're watching on this side, and that's what makes this a beautiful thing. And I think the fact that they get your expertise, right, and all those amazing content creators that you actually, when I saw Sal giving his perspective right before they detonated that that bridge off of the Dali, I was like, wow, this is fantastic.
Yeah, we've been, I tell you, we've been really blessed with some good friends from YouTube, and then also from a phenomenal subscriber base. Thank you guys. If you're here and you haven't done it, click on that subscribe link. Go ahead and subscribe to the channel. We would appreciate that. We'd also appreciate you guys right now giving us a like. A lot of effort to be able to bring you the images you're looking at right now. Thank you, Tim. Tim's Bit and Pieces. We appreciate that. We expect to have a little bit of daylight. First light for the area should be just about 5:15 in the morning. Rex, thank you so much. We appreciate that. So many of you here joining us from places all across the globe today. This is a world watched event here on YouTube, and we really appreciate you guys here being with us. The Unified Command press release said that when the ship comes off and they do start the transit, it's going to be a slow transit. They're not going to be in a big rush with the ship. Don't expect to see a speedy departure of the Dali. They're saying the whole transit is going to take a few hours to make it back up river. Brian, thank you for coming aboard as a sailor. You're up on deck now. Thank you so much. Everybody tuning in this morning. We're coming up on 4:30. At 4:30, we're probably going to see a pretty big influx of visitors to the channel. A lot of people were setting their alarm clocks for about 4:30 to wake up in anticipation of that 5:24 high tide. Keep in mind, guys, we're still an hour away from high tide, but when conditions are right, they will start moving the ship. Thank you, Edward. Thanks for being here with us. Those very kind words. John Kirby, thank you. That is awesome. Thank you so much. We got some friends here from Australia joining us. You guys, this event and what we're bringing you guys here to be a part of, I'm very proud of what we've been able to put together here on the channel for you guys. You guys here are the reason we're doing it. If it was not for you, I wouldn't be here. Glenn, I want to see this ship move before your surgery too. Only vessels we've seen around the ship so far have been the tugboats. Have not seen it approached by anything else right now.
It looks like to me that the tugboat in the bow of the boat might have a line, because I do see some movement in the water.
Yeah, I would expect that each one of the tugboats does have a line on the ship.
And,
And
and it's probably happening with what Derek says. They're starting to make some movement to see what gets off of that mud.
Yeah,
Yeah, like you said, I mean, I get it. They're that close to the pier, and they can't really move too much.
Mark Roth,
Oh my God, Mark!
thank you. Thank you so much.
Because that hull's what on the Dali is about a 1/2 inch, maybe a 3/4 inch steel hull.
Yeah, in the bottom plating of it, it might be an inch.
You know that Mr. Ross just gave you $100.
That-
You sir,
He's a legend.
are a legend.
Thank you.
Because he's getting 100 back after my $1,000 plane trip. But we got some crisp, clear camera, guys, for you guys, and I'm so glad I'm able to experience this with you guys and everyone here, and it's just fantastic.
Yeah, what we're seeing coming out of the stack, the smoke that you're seeing coming out of the ship, that's coming out of the generating system. Don't expect to see anything else. You're not going to see any propulsion from the main engine. They're not going to start the main engine. It's going to be up to the tugs.
Stephen bought you coffee at Cookies.
Thank you, Stephen. Some coffee right now would be nice.
It would be.
Also, let them know once we get a little bit more daylight, we can swap out your lens, and we can give them a closer look. But right now, we want to make sure we have this good visibility at night.
Yeah, the cameras that the crew has brought up here tonight. This is low light specialty equipment that the guys at Alfred and Derek have brought up to help out, so you guys could get these images. And they're pretty doggone good, because if you look at the images you're seeing now, you can actually see colors on the containers that are on the Dali. But as we get more light and get into the morning, we will be able to give you guys some closer images from my other equipment, and you guys will be able to see a little more detail. Sam, thank you so much. Roger's come on as a sailor. Thank you.
And did you see Coat gave 5, saying thanks all you have done to show us the salvage, your documenting history.
Thank you.
That's what I think this is amazing, right? This is American history, and just like the story from St. Simon Sound. When I met Andy Jones, I wanted to meet him because I was so intrigued by how passionate this man was, going every single day with a tiny YouTube channel, not making any money,
to go ahead and show his audience and the people of his community what was going on in St. Simon, Georgia. And I still to this day think the Golden Ray series that you did is one of the best series I've ever seen on YouTube.
Thank you. And that's a funny story in itself, and I'll share it with you guys. If you're not familiar with YouTube, it's really hard to get an answer out of the powers that be at YouTube. It's all done through emails, and if you have a question, you email it, and in a day or two you'll get a response. Well, in my case, the response led to more questions, and it was just turning into a real process to try to get some answers from what I was trying to understand as my channel was getting up. And I found this guy down in Miami who had a fairly successful YouTube channel. And out of the blue one day, I called him, and he picked up the phone, and I introduced myself, and I said, I'm looking for a guy named Alfred Montaner that has a YouTube channel. And his first response was, well, you found him. And we started talking, and he was in front of his computer, and I remember this very vividly. He said, what's the name of your channel? And I told him, and I could hear some keystrokes in the background. And the next thing I heard from him, he goes, where is this going on? You had no idea.
I had no idea. And you know, I wasn't surprised, right? And I'll tell you why I wasn't surprised. Because I remember one time being in, not far from here, in this DC, with my family, and I saw a lot of things happening. And I turned on the news, and I was like, I didn't see none of this that I just saw happening in real time. And I found it very interesting that such an amazing, incredible situation was so under talked about. Like, they didn't really talk about it.
The story got national when the Golden Ray capsized in the St. Simon Sound. There were four.
Tiger just said the stern tug is moving, so you guys know. We're watching, guys.
We're watching, but there were 4 crewmen that were trapped inside of that ship when it rolled over, and it made national news until the 4 guys were recovered. When the crewmen got out of the ship, when they were able to access them and get them out of the ship, the story went away. But the story for me was just beginning, and that's how my YouTube channel got started. And Alfred was not only good enough to answer my questions and help me along my YouTube path, he made a trip up, and that's when our relationship got started, and it's continued to this day. And he is a really good friend. Derek has come on board, and this whole experience has been awesome.
Derek's conversation was very similar to yours.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, where are you at? all of a sudden, I'm at 2 in the morning in some random neighborhood filming a live stream.
Looking for a Taco Bell.
Yeah, in the middle of the night, waiting in the truck. But you know, I think for me, there's nothing that makes me feel happier than seeing your success out here.
Well, it wouldn't happen without some pretty good, doggone good guidance, and I certainly appreciate your.
It's awesome.
Your YouTube expertise has helped me out tremendously.
30,000 people in a stream. 30,000 people in a stream that you did last week or a week and a half ago.
That was amazing.
That was amazing. That was like, you need a Chicho award.
Yeah. I thought you were going to set up some sort of event eventually, right?
Well,
instead of like the Grammys, the Chitteries.
I was so overwhelmed. Like, that is such a big feat. Just having, think about it. Like, I always tell people, you know, when people have small channels, they and I guide people all the time, right? I want to help people.
Sure.
Because I want to see them to be successful, and I think when you collaborate with other creators, it's going to be even better. And I think you've done a really good job at that, because all those other like-minded YouTubers like Sal and
Jeff Oster.
Yeah, those guys are putting incredible content. I ended up seeing a video from Jeff talking about the actual collapse of a bridge that I knew about in Miami, and I saw that and I was like, wow, the details that he went into, I couldn't even believe it, and it was just amazing, and to see content like that is crazy.
I've been very fortunate to be able to make those contacts, and like-minded when you're helping YouTube, you're helping yourself.
Absolutely.
And it's to me, there's nothing about competition. There's nothing about being the best. When you put out good content, YouTube's going to recognize it, and when that happens, you help build the rest of the community that's around you.
What did I tell you earlier? I said, guys, there's Stream Time Live. Watch it. Watch the different angle. Give us information. We all want the same thing. We all want to see that ship leave that location safely so that it can go ahead and go back to where it needed to be, so the Port of Baltimore could be open, so the men and women of this area could go back to work.
Yeah, absolutely. They do a tremendous job over there with what they do. Again, the initial video that was brought on that the world saw came from that Stream Time camera down the river, and that was some very powerful. And to look at that video and know, or to later find out that there were six heroes that were up there on top of that ship.
The ship may not be moving,
But the tug is
but
definitely.
that stern tug is definitely moving.
Yep.
You can see the distance it's created there.
Okay, so
Oh,
this,
the ship went away.
no.
Well, what we can do here, guys, is we can pull
Put
up.
a track on that?
We can pull up this, and she's making 0.1 knots, or right there, or right now.
Yeah.
Now the key to this is, let's look at the Dali, and let's see what kind of, if we've had any movement with the ship itself.
And we'll get back to the ship right now, guys.
Trying to pull it up and not getting anything from the ship. No, here we are, still no movement on the ship. It's still being registered as 0 knots. So we're going to keep an eye on that. But right now we know the Lynn Moran that's back off the stern, it has been moving 0.1 knot, and they may be stretching the line. The line may be coming tight. That may be what we're looking at there. Which is
always interesting to see those snapback areas too. You know, that tension. Because think about it. This is they're grounded. So
incredible forces that those tugs. Eric McAllister, 0. What we got over here with the Bridget, and it may be, Derek, what you're talking, that they may be trying to work it back and forth to 0 on the Bridget.
Well, that tide is slowly coming up.
Yep, it's coming up.
And it's coming up. And these guys know when they're making progress. If they're seeing some movement on the ship, they can feel it immediately.
Yep. I remind you, we talked about the 6 guys that were up there that lost their lives the night of the accident. And I've done a couple videos.
Absolutely incredible.
With those guys.
You wouldn't. I never, the whole time on the news, I never saw any of the faces of the people that were on the bridge.
And I thought that was one of the biggest parts of this story were those guys. And let me tell you, had those guys not been up there on that bridge working, the Maryland Transit Authority police officers would not have been where they were on that bridge to immediately shut it down. We could have seen an incredible catastrophe going on. seeing cars come off the ends of those spans out there.
Well, you know how it is, right? The minute something bad happens, there's an immediate mindset of, hey, let's think about the worst scenario, because it can't just be an accident. And understandably, we are all skeptics, because it's okay to be skeptic. But when I saw visuals of like when you got some footage from a dash cam, and
Yeah.
I saw the same truck that
Yeah.
was on that video come out of another TikTok video from the water.
Yeah,
It's
those guys
hard-
those guys were in those vehicles. It's tough. It's tough to watch, but at the same, I think it's important. It's important to show that
Absolutely.
the sacrifices that were made there, those guys lost their lives.
Because
They saved
the police
many lives.
would not be there.
They would not
to
have been there
stop
without.
both
That is-
ends of transit from getting onto the bridge. Those police officers are heroes, right? Because they got communication immediately, and they stopped other people from coming onto the bridge. Now they didn't have enough time
to get the workers.
to get the workers.
Yeah.
You know, and think about that spot, right? It's just there's no wind. Every situation is bad there, right? And you know, who's gonna think something so tragic would happen, right? Even the workers that probably saw something happen, and I'm sure that they actually blasted their horn. I don't know the full facts, but you would think that you're thinking, what's gonna happen? Nothing bad's gonna happen. I'm on a bridge.
Yeah.
Who's gonna think that's gonna happen?
Yeah. Nobody's
gonna think that's gonna happen.
Nobody foresaw it happening. It's a tragic situation, but again, heroes. In my book, those guys were heroes, and to tell their story up at the Workers' Memorial that's been made up at Fort Armistead was very powerful. I had an opportunity to speak to some of the friends. There were some of those friends of those workers were on site up there, and it was a pretty powerful moment. Again, one of those moments from this event that'll stick with me for the rest of my life.
Well, you know, and much respect for the people working, right? That they were careful the whole time until they had that last hero found, right? Because think about that. Think about how much that would weigh on your mind. You're using all this heavy equipment. Ultimately, we all want to go home to our families, and regrettably, the ocean is unforgiving sometimes. And sometimes people ain't this lucky,
Yeah.
and we all have heard stories of, especially if you're in the marine industry and know people that have sailed and done stuff in the ocean. But to see that they were so careful and everybody got home, I think is a big feat, and says a lot about what these guys were thinking about when they were working day in and day out.
I want to check something over here.
So Andy's getting you're getting the radio ready?
Yeah,
See
we're
if
going
there's any other channels maybe that they're communicating on?
Yeah, we're going to check a couple right here.
That's
lock.
It's been very early here, so we don't want to make a ruckus because we're in somebody's home and we're filming this for you guys to see that. But yes, we have the radio there. What channels have you been finding?
Tugboat traffic usually on 13.
13. So if they have their own radio, they can hear it locally.
Yep, yep.
The 13. Is there any apps that they can get to maybe listen to some of
I
that
think
online?
there are some capabilities online to track some of the
Is that low on you or no?
it was just on mute. You're back. You're hot now.
Okay.
But there are some capabilities on there where people are streaming the VHF traffic.
So if you guys see anything, let us know. Obviously, we're actually it's you're starting to see the night not be as dark. If that's an indication of what's coming, I think.
Yeah, I
we'll
think
have
about
the other
5
lens in a little bit.
5:15.
We'll get a little
we're
closer.
expecting to have first light, but you can kind of see the sky starting to lighten up a little bit here.
Yeah, it is. I'm really excited about that because we'll be able to change the lens, get a little closer, even though you have the other telescopic camera capturing all this in 4K. Guys, if you just joined the stream, you're here with Andy Jones and the Minorcan Mullet. The Minorcan Navy's out here, and we got over, how many people do we got in the stream right now? We got
Just over 6,000.
over 6,000. That's incredible.
We got a little movement going out over here. What do we got here? The War Horse.
You hear them though. You hear the humming now.
That's one of the surface boats. We've seen it on the site quite a bit, but it's kind of moved into the frame over towards the west bank of the river on the west side of the Lynn Moran. Almost 5 o'clock here, guys.
All right, David Train says 448. He was wrong, so he didn't win. He didn't win. Sorry, David. You did your best. If you guys just joined the stream earlier in the night, we went ahead and I had everybody predict the time that they thought the Dali would be moved, and Andy was going to supply a Minorcan mullet shirt, and I was going to give a Chicho hat. But we're going to have to go back to see who's going to be the winner when it actually moves. Peter says some say the Dali is running generators.
Yeah, that's the exhaust smoke we're seeing.
We got a helicopter ahead, above.
I was expecting to hear the news helicopter starting to show up. 5 o'clock news is going to be on in about 11 minutes, so they're going to be up getting some images. Tugs look like they're in position. Jim says he's still alive for 5:05.
Wait for it. You got 15 minutes, Jim. Might as well create even more tension.
Let's see while we're looking.
C. Mike is asking, what kind of camera are they using? We are using right now on the image that you're seeing a Sony FX6, which is the camera we're using right now. Between camera and lens, we're talking about maybe $9,000 setup, maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, but it's worth it, guys. It's worth it. You guys are getting nice crisp footage at night, which is very difficult to get low light capabilities
Well,
so far from where we're at.
that.
We're pretty far.
Another $1,000 worth of Hollyland video transmitter system.
Transmitters, yes, to have multiple angles. I think it's important for them to get to meet their host, right, on such a big event. And I
There's a lot of electronic equipment put together underneath our tent. A lot of our subscribers and viewers are familiar with the tent. They have enjoyed listening to the rain as I've been sitting out here in the weather.
You know, I was wondering.
Watching.
I was wondering that. I was like, at first I thought your audio was bad, and then I said, "Oh, wait a second. That's rain hitting the top of the tent," which is a fantastic tent, by the way, guys. This thing is good. $6,400 people in this momentous moment.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys for stopping in and checking in with us. We're live from Baltimore. There are 5 tugboats right now hooked up to the Dali. Hold on. All the tugboat guys are out there going to start yelling at me. They're not hooked up, as in hooked up like a tugboat guy says he's hooked up. They've got a line on it.
They got a line.
They got a line on it. They haven't hooked them up yet. When they hook them up, hopefully we'll see the Dali start to slide out of there. Starting to see some of the patrol boats.
Andy Marak just said hit that like button. Big supporter of the channel. I've seen
Where
him here.
where we at? We got 6,400 here on the live stream, and how many likes?
They're climbing. They're climbing. You got to give them a chance. They don't want to leave the chat.
3,600 likes. You guys, come on, help us out here.
It's climbing. It's climbing, Andy. It's
Help
climbing.
us out here with a thumbs up. Give us a like, please.
I think like last time you got 10,000 likes. I think you're gonna get 10,000 likes this video as well. And guys, the reason why creators will ask you for that is because we want these impressions to go to other people's inboxes, right? When they open up their YouTube, it's right in their face. And when it's right in their face, they get to click on it and they're like, wow, this is incredible, engaging content that they wouldn't have seen otherwise.
Right? And you guys that are here with us are the ones that can make that happen.
We got another copter coming up.
We're probably going to hear 2 or 3
right over us.
News helicopters.
Do they
working
have
here.
to stay
Well,
a certain distance also, like the drone?
The TFR for the area, that's a temporary flight restriction, is 2 nautical miles.
You got some police escorts coming in too now. You see it?
Yeah,
The blue lights coming in?
we're starting to see some of those patrol boats getting in here.
We got about 29 minutes for high tide.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
coming
but
on.
high tide here is only a few more inches.
But
compared to what it is.
every inch matters.
Every inch matters.
Especially on something this big.
Yeah.
So it's interesting how much has passed, how much time has passed. We've been at this since 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
Were you
fly-
asleep for a couple hours? I've been here since midnight.
Well, you actually picked me up at the airport, so you're prior to here as well.
Thank you guys. Mark, thank you so much. You guys humble me, and I certainly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Well, you deserve it. You know what, Andy? I think the fact that you did what you did to literally just, hey, I need you guys up here, and you could have done this yourself, right? But you wanted to give them certainty that you're going to give them the content that you're giving them tonight, which I think is exceptional. And it's only going to get better because once we change that zoom, I think it's only going to get tighter, and you're going to be doing what. We're just going to be able to move the tripods as well, because if it starts moving, we'll just follow.
We'll follow along.
It's going to be going 1 mile an hour.
Yeah, and you know we have the capabilities of going mobile here. We may be moving the live stream into the port here somewhere.
Wait a second. Hold on a second. You and I have a Twig card. We can go into the port and maybe get in there if somebody wants to invite us to go ahead and give some behind-the-scenes footage at the port.
Yep, the possibilities are endless.
Yes.
Old Stewart stepping up, gifting 10 Minorcan Mullet memberships. You guys that are here, be sure to thank Old Stewart.
That is awesome.
Giving you guys some membership. You guys are coming aboard the channel as sailors.
Look at that. Just people getting onboarded.
That's awesome. Absolutely awesome. Almost 7,000 people in the chat, Andy.
We're coming up on 5 a.m. local time.
So 5 a.m. is when that alarm clock really hits.
Yeah, you know.
5 a.m. is like, nobody's going to put their alarm clock for 4:57. 5 a.m. is when things get serious.
We certainly appreciate everybody who's been in here with us. When we went live this morning at 2 a.m., we had almost 200 waiting on the stream to start. Felt it was important to get in here and show you guys what was going on. We've seen, since we've gotten in here, noticed that they pulled back all the resources, the Weeks 533, all the barges, the Chesapeake 1000, all those vessels that have been involved with the debris and cleaning up the bow of the Dali. All those vessels have been pulled back. Give these tugboats plenty of room to do what they've got to do. 5:24, the anticipated high tide time. Tugboats are in position. There are 5 tugboats here on the Dali right now. There's 1 off the stern, and then 4, if you will, off each corner of the tugboat, or off the Dali.
Sunrise.
Yeah, we should have sunrise at 5:48. First light's going to be about 5:13 this morning here where we are.
So question, are we in a location where the TFR is?
Yes.
We are right now.
Yes,
where
yes,
we're at.
yes.
So you can't fly your drone, which you're an incredible pilot. You're an actual pilot and a drone pilot.
Yes.
So a lot of people don't know that about you.
It's one of those Captain Andy things.
Captain Andy things. Yeah, Captain Andy's also Pilot Andy.
But the TFR does extend up to 1,500 feet, and a lot of people don't realize this. The maximum height you can legally fly a drone in this country is 400 feet. Anything over that is illegal to operate a drone. So the TFR excludes drone flights. Now that helicopter that's out there right now is up, and he is above 1,500 feet. And he's able to fly there because he's outside of the TFR. You always got to think in 3 dimensions when you're thinking about aircraft and that kind of thing.
So do we got to rent a plane or a helicopter?
Well, you know, the possibilities.
Hey, comment below. Should we go ahead and get some helicopter views or over here on the Minorcan Navy?
I think that would be a nice addition. Nice addition. Over 7,000 of you here this morning with us. Thank you so much. It is 5 o'clock. We are live from Baltimore.
I just got a notification. Wake up.
Wake up. Let's go.
Yes, sun's gonna start breaking. It's getting cold. It always gets cold.
You know what's incredible? It is 60 something, maybe 61, 62 degrees out here right now. And in Miami yesterday and the day before yesterday, we had a heat index of 100 and something. It was 95 degrees, and I don't know how it could have been so hot this early in the year. Brutal. When I was filming at the boat ramp, I couldn't believe how hot it was.
Yeah, the post is just going to be part of the process here until we get the.
It's been.
We can't really do anything from the post, and the way we are this equipment that we have right now. I'll go ahead and try to explain this to you guys. This is a different camera we have that doesn't have the ability to pull into a really tight shot. Usually with my equipment that I have, I can pull in for a pretty tight shot, and basically I push past that post. You guys never see it because of the low light conditions we're shooting from right now. To be able to get these images that looks like almost daylight out there, and don't let it fool you. Don't let me fool you. It's still dark, guys.
It's still very dark.
Still dark.
When we first got here, we said, "Oh man, are we even going to see anything?"
Yeah.
But once we started messing around with the settings of the camera and opening the aperture on the lens, we brought light into that lens, and we're seeing a great image at a very far distance.
So what we've got to work with right now is what we've got to work with to be able to get you guys what you can see. So we're just going to have to accept the pole.
I call the pole of faith at the boat ramp the one that everybody wants to grab when they're going to crash into the boat ramp. You know, you got to grab the pole of faith.
Now,
You're going to
pole
have
of faith. Is it P-O-L-E or is it P-U-L-L?
grabbing the. That's why it's called the chicho. Okay, let me ask you a question. Old Stewart had went ahead and donated, or he gifted 10 Minorcan. Okay, so what do they have to do to get one of those memberships?
It's great. You should ask that. Tiger has put together a link that goes by and explains to everybody how you become eligible to receive a gift. There's a little process you got to go through to be able to do that. Tiger's here, and we might see him throw that back up for you guys that are in here. Who knows? There may be somebody else that wants to gift some, and to do that, you do have to go through it. There's a little bit of a process there. Takes a couple seconds to do.
So what's the story of this mysterious kayaker that has breached the?
Well, it's.
What's the story?
What
ended up happening with that?
We were here
incredible.
covering the story, doing like we do, and we've done. And I started looking out, and I said, that looks like a kayak.
But he got far in there. How did a kayak get so far in there?
It's a great question.
I mean, did he have a motor or?
No, he
was paddling.
He had that windmill action going.
Really?
with that.
You know what? He had that low profile. They didn't see him.
They didn't see him, but they did. They eventually did.
You know why? They were probably watching the Minorcan Mullet.
Yeah.
You zoomed in on him and you gave him away.
Well, it was yeah, it was kind of funny, but at the same time, it was kind of nutty for that the concept of where he was and what he was doing, and being so close to what was going on there. A little bit frightening. But yeah, they intercepted him. They had a little discussion, and then he quickly exited the screen. Guys, we're 5 minutes after 5 here, high tide. Another 19 minutes away. You are here live with us in Baltimore, and we are hoping to see the Dali slip away from where she's been sitting since March 26th.
Do you hear how the current circulates here in this little section? How it rips? You're hearing that, right?
Mm-hmm.
the current, there's a lot of current moving in this area. Any local people, it would be great to have a conversation with them.
Well, where we are right here behind Robin Robbins' house, it collects a lot of the debris
Saw that.
that comes into the harbor. Depending on which way the wind blows, this place collects a lot of that stuff, and there is quite a collection. Thank you, George. George giving people a little background on the Dali. Appreciate that. Minorcan money, Minorcan Navy stepping up and always help spread a little information.
Yeah, you're definitely seeing more of the small boats out.
Well, at some point, you know, they're gonna need that because it's also gonna be, you know.
Yeah, they need the escort.
Yeah. You're gonna have to escort. You're gonna have. There's a lot of things. You know, they're gonna make a decision and they're gonna make that call, right? Hey guys,
Whoa.
This is the time. What do we got, Andy? Would you put it on Andy's camera real quick? What do we got, Andy?
He's on the screen.
What are you seeing, Andy?
I just pulled up the Dali and I'm looking at the speed and it's registering 0.1
So it's moving.
0.1 knots.
The chat has not told us anything. Chat, 85-inch TVs. Let us know, guys. What was that
All right.
guy's name? Tim? Was it Tim that had the 85-inch TV?
Geo is saying that Lynn Moran is moving at 0.2, and I'm looking here and I'm seeing the Dali moving at 0.1. Did you get this shot? Let's pull back up on the.
Yeah.
There it is, guys.
We may have something going on.
This is.
Let's go back. Let's
This
go
is the
back
time.
to
yeah,
our.
This is the time. Press that record button on the top right.
Let's keep our eyes here
Top right. Yeah. Right there.
on the ship.
Yeah, guys. 5:24 is high tide, so we're not too far away. If you just joined the stream, Andy from the Minorcan Mullet is here, your host, and we're all waiting for the Dali to move. Toucher said, seen no movement on Stream Time Live. It's not moving, says Steven. Ben says it's moving. Yes, it is, says Paul, pulling the lines. So once there's a little bit more sunlight, guys, we'll be able to actually see this with our own eyes. We can't see. We're seeing exactly what you guys are seeing right now, other than the smoke.
If it moved, it looks.
Jeffrey says no movement on his big screen. Guys, thank you so much. Believe it or not, it helps out. Where I filmed the Chit Show, there's a giant crocodile, and I'm live, and every now and then somebody has to tell me, hey, the croc is around. He's at the fillet table. I'm like, are you serious? And then the crocodile's there. That croc wants me.
He wants his sandwich.
I think Fred the Croc really wants Alfred Montaner.
Yeah.
What do you think, Derek?
Oh, I know he wants that.
He
wants
does
you
it.
and he wants the kayakers.
Thank you, Mary Beth. We would very much enjoy being in your classroom. Thank you so much. I think
A teacher's going to stream this?
Yes.
I think that's fantastic.
Yes.
Because this is history.
We keep watching the screen and we're watching what information we have here available to us to detect any motion. We saw a tick up on the Dali to 0.1 knots. That could have been GPS error, kind of bouncing around. They'll sometimes do that, but at the same time, we also noticed that the Lynn Moran was showing a speed of 0.2 knots. So let's keep an eye on this and see if they can get her slid off.
We are hearing different things, though. The morning is starting to light up, And I think when that bird just actually stops chirping, we might have this thing move. I don't understand how a bird could chirp at 1 in the morning till 5 in the morning. How does that make sense? That's the happiest bird I've ever seen.
He's excited to be here.
I'd go crazy. You know what? He's probably confused. He probably sees people out there. He's like, I got you. I'm singing before you.
You know, it's funny because with the camera zoomed in that I have, it really looks like, you know, we're on the water. The image
Yes.
looks like we're on the water.
Yes.
And I had, on more than one occasion, people comment, do you have birds around your boat? We're hearing birds.
How many bird cages do you have on your
Birds.
pontoon?
Not birds, just that one bird. That one robin has kept Andy company this entire string.
David Miller
David,
says no,
David,
no.
thank you.
Yeah.
David's been a regular here. Thanks.
He's saying no movement. And guys, and the more you are in the chats, right? And the more that you're seen by creators like Andy and Derek or myself, we get to trust you guys, and we know that you guys are not spinning our wheels. So you guys help a lot. They help a lot.
I've told my
They help a
Minorcan
lot.
Navy
Yeah.
a lot. You guys are looking at these images on better equipment than what I have here. You
Yeah.
know, they have bigger monitors, and they're able to pick up a lot more detail than I certainly can here. Keep in mind, we're over 1.5 miles from the site, and
Oh, but
I can't really even make out the
It's
ship
getting
here.
good though. Look how clear the image is. Now we're starting to be able to see that light. That light is helping.
Yeah.
Oh man,
That
it's
little bit of daylight
yeah,
starting to show.
that little bit of light is starting to show. This is going to get very interesting soon. And keep in mind, guys, the telescopic camera is right now recording this in 4K, so Andy could speed that footage up, and we'll be able to notice with that telescopic camera things that we probably wouldn't be able to see right now.
Yeah. One thing I see that's really interesting on the 4K camera, because I can monitor that, the Lynn Moran, which is that's the tug that's on the stern. Her bow is facing the Dali. That's a tractor tug, and that's one of the capabilities of that tractor tug. They can apply torque in 360 degrees around the ship, whether it's no matter which way it's pointed, they can apply force in any direction.
You know, you're gonna have the footage out before the nightly news, and it's probably gonna have maybe 500,000 views before the day's over. And that's the power of new media. Isn't that incredible?
Stan, welcome, Captain Stan. Stan stepped up. Thank you so much.
Stan King came into the member section. Stan is our first captain, says Tiger.
You guys that are here with us in the chat, we've got a terrific group of moderators here. They have been diligent with us every live stream. Thank you guys so much for being a part of this. You guys make my job a lot easier. Thank you so much. Over 8,400 of you here with us this morning, live from Baltimore.
So Maisie just asked a question, says, can the cranes be used? The cranes in this scenario have nothing to do with this. This is a tugboat. This is the night that the tugboats are supposed to shine.
Yep.
This is their day. This is their like, let's go, fellas. This is what we got to do today.
And I'm sure they're up for the task. We're closing in on what is projected to be high tide here.
Approximately 9 minutes. 9 minutes for 5:24 is high tide. 9 minutes and we're at complete high tide.
Any moment here we may see those tugboats. Just go ahead and hook them up and give it a good pull. this they're set up, the conditions, you guys look at that water. I mean, I can't think of better conditions. Very light winds this morning. Conditions look amazing.
I got it. Turn it. Just turn it.
Come on, Tugboats. We need you.
That camera needs a battery.
Yeah, we'll swap it out now.
A lot of horsepower out there right now with those 5 tugs.
How excited are each one of those tug crews though? This is what they live for, isn't it? Like this is one of those days that they're going to be talking about.
Let's see if we can find, they're not getting any traffic here.
Derek, can you hold this real quick so I can swap this battery out? Yeah. Yeah, get in there.
This?
Yeah. Open and swap one out.
They all same?
Yeah. One of these.
Come on, guys, make it happen.
I'm gonna prop this up on something.
We may have to adjust that ISO on that camera if it's possible. Guys are working on another shot here with another camera. As the sun is coming up, guys, we're having to make some adjustments here with the cameras.
Andy, let me ask you a question. How about we put this one on the other tripod? Or do you not want to go that route? I think we can get tighter now if we had it stabilized on that tripod.
On this one?
Yeah.
Are you recording
I just
it?
want to make sure that you
Yeah,
don't lose
I mean-
value on that. That's why. Because it's either give them the 4K of that afterwards, or give them a tight shot on that tripod now.
We can do.
I
We
think
can
we
do
should-
that.
we
We
can
can
do
do
that?
that. We can
Okay,
do that.
I think he made a good choice, guys. So just give me that tripod, and from here I'll make the necessary adjustments so we can see if we get a tighter shot as well. Maybe we can see what's going on.
You want me to grab that one, Derek?
How do you?
Let me jump up there. Making some adjustments here, guys.
Hold here. Andy, what's... There. Yeah. There it is. Come back a little bit. Yeah. Let that.
We had to turn that one down. It's getting really hot.
Well, let him switch
Yeah.
to that, and then
Yeah.
we'll switch the other one.
Let me get this situated first, because we're working here, guys. We're
Yeah.
making sure that we're giving you guys the best.
No dredges out here. The only thing that are around the ship right now are the tugboats.
You ready?
Wait, not yet. Wait, let's see if we can get the stern. Let's get the stern, because we still have that shot there, right?
That's not bad. Hit it.
Yeah, yeah. Hold on. Right there. We're going to give him the shot now.
Yeah, I'm
We're-
completely lost white screen. Give me
Oh.
something.
I'll go. You're good there. All right. We're going to see what they're doing now.
Then we gotta change the ISO on this.
Okay. That's that beautiful light. That's what we wanted, guys. That's what we wanted. We wanted that light. And now we'll just start changing some of these settings a little bit. But yes, okay, now they're going to be able to see a lot. And that image is only going to get better there.
Even better with this image now. There's a buoy that is illuminated with a red flashing light right at the, just off the stern of the Lynn Moran. And that gives us a pretty good idea if we see any movement there. But then also the ship, you can see the corner of those containers up along that bridge span. It gives you another pretty good indicator if we see any movement there.
All right, we got both shots now,
It's
guys.
5:25, guys.
You know what I love? Is the chat was like blowing up, yelling at you, yelling at you, yelling at you.
And then we made them say,
And then all of a sudden they're like, oh my God, what is this?
yes.
Like,
Welcome to amazingness. That's
tranquilo.
Yes. Welcome to amazingness, guys. This isn't our first rodeo. We want to give you guys the best. Obviously, we've been here many hours, so we have batteries and things we have to adjust because that's the way things are. Andy Jones has just made an unbelievable decision to give up your telescopic right now to get this footage for them real time. We are telling a story that nobody's going to see. This is amazing. Look at that shot, Andy. Look at that. We're going to see that tug working and pulling. We might, I mean, this is big.
Come on, tugs.
Come on, guys. Give us the time. We got 5:25. It's 1 minute after high tide. This is it, guys. When we'll be panning back into other frames so you guys can see what the main camera that we've been seeing all night. But yes, comment below what shot you guys want to see, because we're going to record both, but we want to know what you guys think you have most value with. Pretty cool. That's pretty amazing.
We can probably go to this one momentarily.
And adjust it a little bit better.
No, take it off of the transmitter since it's right there at the source.
What do you mean?
We can
Hold on.
unplug
Let me adjust this real quick.
No, but if we put it right at the source, we can turn off the Holly lamp.
Doesn't matter. I think we should be fine. I think we're fine. But what does it tell you right there? How long? How much does it say, percentage-wise?
Percentage-wise.
It should. Guys, if you just jumped in, we're watching the Dali. It is going to be moved today unless something has changed, which we haven't seen anything or heard anything from anyone. We got the tugs here working, and this is live, guys. It's happening right now. That was your drink? You just spilled that? Whole ship, please, says a couple people. All right, so here's what we're gonna do, guys. We're gonna be switching back and forth, so you guys can get an idea. Comment below if you see anything. But yes, this is absolutely awesome. And here's the thing, because now we can actually see. Oh, look! You see now there's another tug coming into play. What's coming in there? What's coming in there? Some.
I think that's a patrol boat.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. So, but this is what you want to see. You want to see some movement, because that's it. People are starting to adjust. This is fantastic.
Watching. Want to see some movement. Need to see some movement here. Good morning, Jeff. Thanks for joining us. Guys, we are live here. It's 5:30 in the morning. We got 5 tugboats on the Dali.
Yeah, I'm adjusting the lights, guys.
Sun's coming up. We've been in almost pitch black conditions here. What you're seeing now is probably our best image for trying to see some movement out of the ship. The tugboat you see there, that is the Lynn Moran.
Clean that up.
Yes.
She is the tug that's on the stern. There are 4 other tugs on the ship as well, 2 on each side. $10,000 of you here with us. Good morning. We're live in Baltimore.
I think that's
Tugboats are engaged in a battle.
this is a battle. And if you want to put the here, put the mic back on too. You want to put the radio on that?
I'm
You
trying.
sure? Okay.
Unlock.
Let us know, guys, if you see something on your screen. Obviously, we're looking at it. We can actually see more now because that light is coming up. And if you guys do see something, please let us know. We need all the help we can. But yes.
Now, Jeff's saying we need the largest tug on the eastern seaboard. Which tug would that be? I'm not that familiar.
These guys are gonna pull through. They're gonna.
I've got faith in. I mean,
they're
they
gonna
got
make
tractor
it.
tugs out there.
They're gonna make it happen. They're gonna make it happen.
Positive energy.
I think they'll make it happen, guys.
They're going to be pulling the ship backwards.
Now, ask some of these people if they're seeing Streamtime Live to see if they're seeing anything going on in the bow.
Yeah, there's all kinds of, they're watching different stuff going on with some of the news angles that are being broadcast.
Well, I do believe that they do have the shot that they want to see. So now there's a lot of information happening there now.
Come on, baby. If we can just get it to move a little bit, I think it'll break loose and come on out of there. That tug on the stern, they may be working the ship back and forth a little bit.
This is really engaging stuff. No wonder why you get 10,000 people here a day.
This is ridiculous. I'm nervous for it. I'm like here watching this.
Yeah, this is stressful.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Everybody glued here. Thanks, guys, for joining us.
That chat is on fire, and
Yeah.
that chat is on fire.
We're watching a bit of history here.
Yeah, absolute history.
We got McAllister towing. We've got Moran towing. Hooked up and ready. High tide projected at 5:24 this morning. It's now 5:37. $11,000 now with us.
11,000.
11,000 watching.
It's not even 5:30 in the morning, is it?
It is 5:37.
5:37.
Yeah.
11,000 people are watching American history right now as it's happening.
Like you said, you got McAllister and Moran both out here working. Come on now, guys.
Give us something.
We're definitely getting some light back. Now, did you see the Viking that got beached over there in Palm Beach?
Oh yeah.
I watched that, yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
You know, one of the things that once they got a little bit of movement on it,
You get yeah.
that's it.
It's all
It
good.
it was just enough
Breaking
movement,
that
and
initial
that's it.
suction.
That's it. Once it moved, once they got that movement, it was game over. That pulling worked, and I remember what those guys said. They said, "This is a game of inches." That's the main guy who was doing the salvage.
Yeah, I remember when he told you that.
Yeah, he goes, "Hey, this
But
is
it's the truth.
this is the game of inches." Andy, what's your chat saying?
It's going so fast, it's hard for me to read it.
I know some of them are upset that their times weren't right. They're not getting free swag out of Andy.
What do you mean?
They didn't guess the right time.
Oh yeah, listen. I think everybody at this point is off.
Every now and then I look at it and I think it's moving, but it's not moving. I think it's moving, but it's not moving.
Well, they're pulling on it, so it's
Well, you can see the tug
yeah,
moving.
they're pulling on it.
You can see the tug moving. It moves a little bit side to side.
Need to see this ship moved. Something is still stuck on the starboard side.
Do we have an exposed outlet that we can borrow?
Yeah, there's.
Can you put that one on just one of them? I just want to make sure we have, because I don't have anything other than this for a charge for later. And obviously, this is going to be a marathon today.
Yeah, yeah.
So, yeah, we're making
Go back
sure
to that tug,
we're
go back
prepared.
to the tight view.
Is that USB-C?
Yeah.
You could put it on one of those battery packs.
Almost 12,000 of
Check
you
it out
here
so
with
can
us.
see what we can do. I just want to make
Everybody.
sure if we have for this one. Look,
Everybody hoping to see
because I don't have
the
any
dolly
more.
move. Everybody here is pulling for the tugs.
Okay.
Do you have the radio on? Radio's on, it's just quiet, huh?
Just, yeah, it's quiet.
What's
They're
your-
on, either they're on another frequency or I was on 13 and never got anything. What's happening over there? You're just losing everything.
I'm just no. I'm just.
Yeah.
I want to see if we see any movement up front, right? Because we might be missing details.
Yeah,
So
you're
that's-
scanning, so they're not talking.
That's why
Leave
we.
it right there.
Oh no. Yeah. I'm switching back and forth. I'll leave it there. I want to see if we have anything towards the
That's
bow.
an image I want to see right there.
It's going back to it now.
Yeah, we're back there.
Yeah, we're going
yeah.
back to it now.
Tugboats are on it, guys. Sun is just starting to come up. Oh, I keep thinking it's moving.
Andy, don't do that to me. You just made 10,000 people just jump off their chair. Let's see.
They've got to be moving something because I can see there's some kind of movement going on there. There's people are saying that on stream time they're showing that something's stuck on the starboard side.
On the starboard,
Yeah, who had the stream time pulled up?
I'll pull it up.
Oh wait, that's us.
any information you
That's
guys
us.
know, let us know.
That's us.
Yeah, I was.
It's hard to see. They're just so doggone far away. It's hard to make it out.
They're saying if the tugs don't blow smoke, these new generation diesels don't work like.
Well, you will when they're working though. You're gonna see some smoke. You know.
But I'm telling you, it's not like you used to see.
Yeah.
Like it's just.
Come on, guys, let's go. Let's get it out of there.
Now, what did they say about the containers? Did they say that the weight of the containers would be a challenge?
I don't think the containers are a challenge. You know, they've been at this thing since March 26th, and the marine engineers, the people that look at it, understand displacement and that kind of thing. If there was a problem there with weight, I think we would have seen a massive effort to pull containers off the ship, to lighten the ship. And you know, we saw them pulling a lot of stuff off the bow up there where it was damaged, but we haven't seen them pulling containers off. That tells me that the people that understand this stuff, look at it, don't think it's a problem. I like to think that they had some pretty bright people, you know, working the numbers on that kind of thing. Really need to see this ship back off here. Coming up on 10 minutes until 6 o'clock local time here in Baltimore. Are they going to get it off? The battle is ongoing.
Put direct power to that one, to the actual camera, to that camera.
Okay.
Yeah, that's gonna need it. And if you start scanning the app, what do you see? Like, you want to check and see if maybe the app is showing anything different that we maybe.
I don't think it is, because I mean we've got a pretty good visual here to see any movement, and we're just not seeing it.
Now, be on this side.
It's on that side.
You have to, yeah, move it. It would be.
What does it take?
USB-C.
See?
Go. Can't see, bro. There it is. Top one.
We keep waiting. 11,000 of you here with us. We're live in Baltimore. We've got 5 tugs on the Dali. High tide was reported at 5:24. It's 5:53 now. We have not seen any significant movement. Come on, Tugboats.
So that one right now. Which one is that right there? It's coming up on your screen, Andy. It's on port.
That's the Eric McAllister. Come on, guys.
That's a massive ship. When you look at how big that ship is. So what's the other tug on the other side of the McAllister? On starboard.
On starboard?
Yeah.
Starboard you have Bridget McAllister and Mark Moran.
Mark Moran and
Mark Moran is at the bow.
Okay.
Bridget is at the stern on the starboard. The Bridget McAllister. On the port side, you got the Eric McAllister at the stern. and the Vicky McAllister at the port. And at the far stern, you got the Lynn Marin.
It's hard to please everybody, right? You want to tell the whole story because there's so many players involved, right?
Oh yeah.
You know, there's just not two tugs. There's not just one tug at the stern.
Well, we've had several comments in here from, I guess, from where they're looking, they're still seeing the dewatering, the removal of the ballast water is still ongoing.
More, you got to take out more weight. Obviously, it's not working, and now you're fighting the tides.
Well, the problem with dewatering could also be what you had then in Brunswick.
Yeah, we don't want to see anything.
No, you don't want to
Turn
see
over.
anything. Yeah, you don't want to see anything like that. Not with all that stuff on there. Well, we broke night, fellas. How does it feel to break night?
Feels good.
Feels good, guys. Hey, smash that like for breaking night. I don't know.
13,000 in here with us. Thank you guys for joining us. Many thanks to Alfred Montaner and Derek Astorino making the trip up with some very specialized equipment. Thank you guys. We came into this thing as a team, and we wanted to be here to watch the Dali come back together. We're still waiting for some movement of the ship. The longer this process takes, the more water they lose because it's beginning to ebb.
Anything going on in the bow?
Haven't seen the thing.
We're gonna see. Let's go see what's going on in the bow. You know, it's crazy that we got the view here in person. I'd rather be watching the computer. Seriously, I'm
We're all
watching
glued to a screen.
I'm watching the
Literally right
I'm
there.
watching the computer. I'm like, dude, stop moving the camera. But I'm like, this is better. Trust me. I'm
Well-
telling myself stop moving the camera. But guys, trust me. I want to tell you guys the whole story.
These tight images are pretty amazing.
Yes, absolutely. It's incredible. Incredible that we can show both angles, right? Because at the time it starts moving, right? Then we switch to the other camera. You're gonna see the actual ship move. Right here, it's hard, so tight that you're not gonna appreciate the movement of the boat, of the ship.
6 o'clock has come and gone.
On the other stream, that bow still looks down. I mean,
And the problem is you gotta use the tides to your advantage, and you also can't just pull like a madman, right? Because you still have a ship with tons of freight on it. If you guys getting information on any other sources, please relay it in the chat. We would appreciate any additional information that we're not seeing here. Remember, we're not listening to any other news source. We're just watching what we're seeing. So if you guys see anything or hear anything, please let us know.
Keep thinking we're going to see this thing move, but as we get farther and farther into the day here, we know the tide is on the way back out.
doesn't look promising.
Yeah, the tide is your biggest help, right? And they know that. Obviously, they know that.
Eleven thousand 600 of you here with us. We've been up most of the night. anticipating seeing the Dali move. The tugboats have been on it. We haven't seen any movement.
Oh man.
What was that?
I said, oh man.
But the night is hitting you?
The night's starting to hit me. 'Cause
Yeah, it's been all nighter.
I could use a little boost of energy from the Dali.
That would be nice.
Don't worry, guys. Don't worry, guys. We're not gonna let anybody fall asleep here.
No.
Even though that Taco Bell is probably kicking in about this time, right? That's what
Taco Bell.
Is that what it is? You're gonna have to end up in a Taco Bell bathroom soon.
Yeah.
It's the only place that's gonna be open. So we're not hearing a lot of chatter, or
I'm working on the radio trying to find a channel. They're not on the channels that I
scan
have.
every single one. Guys, we need some help in the chat. If you're watching or analyzing the actual channels that they're actually transmitting and then speaking, let us know. We'll adjust to those channels so you guys can hear the communications that are happening. Here's a better perspective shot for those of the guys that don't know, for the people in chat. This is kind of like the area that you normally don't see, right? Because we're always zoomed in. But yeah, it just gives a little bit of a visual representation of where we're filming from.
All right, Connor's telling me
What does Connor say?
1, 1, 5, 12, 18. Let me get back to the chat. Chat's moving so quick, can't keep up with it.
Guys, hold the chat real quick. We're going to try to see if Connor could give us some numbers here so we can put the radio on so we can transmit some of the communications. Just hold the chat for a second, please. Connor, go ahead and put that in chat again.
I got it right here.
You got it?
Yep. They may be way down here. All right, we'll see what happens here. See if we can pick up some of the radio traffic.
Derek, wake up.
Oh,
Derek, wake up. All-nighters, guys, all-nighters.
It's always
fun.
rough just before the dawn.
Yeah, listen, it's fun times. We'll remember this in 20 years.
Guys, we're trying to track down some radio frequencies to try to be able to give you guys some chatter from the tugs.
Did Taco Bell kick in yet?
Yeah, I just read that. That's pretty funny. Almost 12,000 of you in here, and we've been waiting, anticipating the movement of the Dali. They've had the tugboats on it, and they've been working on it, but we haven't seen any movement yet. Sharp One is saying they're still pumping the water out, and we don't have that vantage point where we can see it.
Wait a minute, let me see if I need something.
Yeah.
I'll go to Trade Point if you need me to go ahead and get some footage of Trade Point. You send me a link and drop me. I'll zoom in with my iPhone.
I think we've got one of the best images
No, we do.
from the site.
We
here,
have the best image.
but we just don't have movement on the ship. And now we're getting.
Well, you would think that they're going to be a little conservative with what they pump out at first, right? They realize now, hey, listen, we got to pump more water if that's what they're doing. So we'll be patient. We'll see.
We're certainly not going to give up on the process until they call it.
Would you anticipate if they do call the morning attempt to try to come back tonight for high tide tonight? Later, maybe 5 o'clock? When's the next?
Let's pull up the old handy dandy just so we might bring it into the conversation. Yeah, tide's starting to fall off now, and the next high tide of any significance won't be until 6:02 tomorrow. It'll actually be a little higher tomorrow, another 1/10 of a foot higher tomorrow than it is today. The following day is on Thursday will be a 2-foot tide, another 2-foot tide on Friday, and we should be coming up on a full moon. They're going to stay about 2, and then they'll start falling off around the first of next week. So tides are building towards the full moon.
We're hearing it. I'm hearing them. You hear that rumble?
That might be my stomach.
No, that wasn't your stomach.
All right, what?
That was Derek with the Taco Bell moment, probably. That's why he's over there. He's far from us now, guys. Well, certainly the daylight is here. So if you just joined the stream, guys, we've been here since last night. Well, this night, or whatever, yeah, that's just last night. 2 in the morning we started the stream, and we've been here since. So we would appreciate if you guys could drop a like whenever you can. It's definitely helpful for the stream.
Guys, you're watching it with us. It's unscripted. We don't have anything to do with the operation, just trying to bring the story to you. I seem to recall a ship that was stuck up here in the Chesapeake some time ago, and it took them a while to get that ship out of the mud.
You know, somebody told me that story when I was over here filming. They also said something like 15 years ago or something like that. It might be the same ship. It was a local that told me that.
Connor, I don't see them pulling. I haven't seen anybody hook one up yet. You know, I don't know. There's been we've heard some discussion in the chat. They're still pumping water out of the bow tanks. Maybe that's what they're waiting on. But the tide's falling. We got Derek on the radio. He's over there trying to figure it out. I tell you what I'd like to do. Let's try to get the Crimson Captain on the line.
Call him.
Let's see if we can bring him in.
Good morning.
The Crimson Captain joining us here on the live stream. Connor, the Lynn Moran that's on the stern of the ship now, tractor tug.
Correct, yes, sir.
What kind of power are we looking at in that tugboat?
The Lynn Moran is 5,100 horsepower ASD Asthma stern drive tug with a marquee winch on the forward bow. Should pull around 70 tons, which is typical for 5,100 horsepower tugboats.
Well, they've got an arrangement. I'm sure you've been watching the stream here. They've got the four tugs down the side. They got two down each side, two on the starboard, two on the port, and the stern tug. When the stern is it going to be the stern tug that does most of the pulling on the way they got it configured?
The stern tug will actually be more of like a control of which way it goes. So on the transom there, you have 180 degrees of angle that you can pull if you need to pull I would imagine they're probably going to pull to the ship's port side, back towards the channel. The four tugs on either side, the two on either side, looks like they're made up in what we call a Panama chock, which is a bit that's in the side of a hull that they're going to push down towards the transom, flat alongside. That's mostly where you're going to get your power from to pull it off.
If
they're going to push into their line, which would give the ship stern propulsion.
Is there any advantage to try to wiggle the ship out of there, or with its proximity up alongside that the existing pier, is that likely to cause more damage to the ship?
I would imagine they're probably going to try to follow the same path that it followed to get there. So I would imagine, I'm not sure what the depth channel is. I haven't looked at that all the way up towards that stanchion that it did hit on the bridge. But if it is shallower, they may try to follow the same path that it came in. They're not going to try to go sideways or anything like that. They're going to probably try to go straight back, and then most likely the tugs on the port side are going to pull and try to get it back in the middle of the channel as fast as they can once they get it broke free, rather than trying to go all the way back sternways.
Well,
I would imagine they just break it free and then just go straight to the channel.
Well, I certainly appreciate your input today, and I'm sure everybody here listening to you on the stream appreciates it. We're going to continue to watch here, but I've noticed here on the tide chart that the tide is falling, but we understand.
Yeah, I heard y'all saying that. I would imagine that, you know, you mentioned the other ship that was stuck there in the Chesapeake Bay, the Ever Forward. They actually had to end up removing some containers before they freed that one up. That may be a possibility. Unfortunately, you know, that would have to happen. It could be a couple more weeks if they have to do that. We'll see what happens, like you said, on this full moon tide tomorrow morning.
Yeah, well.
But if the tide's falling, I can't imagine they're going to keep sitting there doing it. They may just give up for the day.
Yeah, if we get past the point where they feel that it's not going to be productive, I'm sure they'll call it. But everybody here still watching. We're going to stay here with them while they got the tugs on it. We appreciate your input.
Yes, and tell them I say hello.
Alfred,
Hey,
Alfred wants to make sure that you understand he appreciates your input
Yes,
into this.
absolutely. I mean, just seeing it from a tug captain's perspective, right?
Yep.
So you know, you got real professionals here giving insight on what we're seeing, right?
So we'll continue to watch. Connor, thanks for joining us.
All right, Captain Andy, Alfred, y'all have a great morning.
All right.
The whole crew out there, y'all doing a great job. Keep it up.
Appreciate it, man. Let the guys know.
Thank you.
Talk to y'all later.
That's fantastic.
That's the Crimson Captain.
That's just awesome. Doesn't
joining
get any
us
better than that.
from the Port of Brunswick. You know, that kind of input goes a long way here with what we're watching. I was hoping we'd see some movement, but we haven't seen it yet. We're going to stay with it here until they call it. Jeff, I don't know what's going on here. But there's a lot of, we don't have that view from our vantage point here down the starboard side. We can't really see what's going on over there.
What's he saying?
Jeff has made the comment that people are seeing water being pumped out of the stern, and we don't see any water. I don't see any water from over here, unless it's on the other side of the ship. I'm not seeing it.
I mean, we're pretty tight. You know, we're pretty tight.
You guys joining us here, hoping to see the Dali pulled off this morning. A lot of work has gone into this moment, and the more we're watching, the more the tide slips away. We got some. Max Lab is saying that he's seeing over on the other stream. They're moving some tugs around towards the bow. We will stay. Right now we're looking at the stern tug, and we've got a pretty good view here. If we see any movement off the ship, we should be able to identify it pretty quickly. Lenny, thank you. Thank you for coming aboard as a captain. Yeah, the tides are affected by the lunar cycle. There will be higher tides. Understand there, here where we are, there's not a huge difference, but every little bit helps. Right now, our chart showing a 1.8 tide. Tomorrow, 1.9, and then it builds to a 2-foot tide for a couple days, and then it'll start falling off as the full moon begins to wane. You guys here watching it with us as it is happening. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, for you guys that may have fallen asleep, we have not seen any movement to speak of this morning. Now 6:30 local time. Still hoping to see some movement. The highest tides will be on the 23rd, the 24th, the 25th, the 26th, and the 27th, and then it starts to fall off from there. We get to the new moon, we will have a 2.2 foot tide. That'll be on June the 5th. Right now we're working this full tide, hoping to see some movement out of the ship. I don't know how much water the stern is in, and I don't know if adding ballast to the stern will help the situation in the bow. Everybody here wants to see the ship move. They need to have this ship moved out of here. don't know how hard the tugs are pulling. They may be just holding them in gear. To keep their lines tight. Maybe they still have to pull some more water off the boat. We don't know yet.
Max Lab just said tug pulling in front right now. Jay Buns just says, I see it moving.
Yeah, I haven't seen the tugs really the main engine is not running on the Dali. She is, and don't expect to see that engine started. Thank you, Connor. That's what I was trying to explain to guys here in the chat. And just because you see a little wheel water kicking on the tugs or see wheel wash, it doesn't mean that they're really pulling on it. Looking at the bow here, we see some smaller vessels moving around in front of the ship. Still hoping to see some movement out of the ship. High tide has come and gone, and the tide's starting to fall. Yeah, looking on a marine tracker right now, I don't see any other tugboats that are anywhere other around the ship other than the original 5 we've had. I don't see any more around the bow. Just the original 5 configuration. We got people saying the ship's moving. I don't see any movement on the tracker, not to speak of. Now keep in mind that if they do have the stern of it wiggling a little, just moving the stern back into, it might give you the appearance that it's moving, but in fact it may just be the stern swinging a little bit that's making it appear to be moving. Yeah, they got a line. It's visible there, coming from the ship to the stern tug. I can clearly see it on our shot. They got some pretty bright guys working on this though, guys. No, we haven't been able to get any in radio transmissions. I don't know what's going on with the radio. We've got our lead electronics specialist working on that.
Oh, no. I got it speaking freaking
Derek,
Chinese to me right now. I don't know what I did to it.
you had one job, Derek.
One job.
One job.
It is mad at me right now.
So the people that are saying that they're seeing some movement, where are they seeing the movement at? In
Right here, if you look at the stern, you go up the container
Mhm.
and you look at the bridge, the gap that's in there, that's what they're looking at.
Okay.
And if the ship is moving, if they are moving the stern of the ship a little bit in this kind of motion,
Mhm.
it's going to make it appear that it is in fact moving, but it's not. It's just the stern shifting back and forth. Keep in mind that the bow is the part that's stuck. Tighten up on that shot right there, where we could get back on that stern tug and the in the corner, the stern of the ship, that stern tug and the stern of the ship.
It's gonna get tighter now.
We know that the stern of the ship had motion in it. That's the reason they put those stern anchors out when they did that to secure the stern. Watching this with you guys. Thanks for being here. Thanks, Connor. We're working the radio trying to figure out what's going on.
Somebody just said the tug has left the bow.
I never saw a tug on the bow.
I think they're probably watching from Stream Time Live.
Well, if they were looking there, we got 2 vessels out there. The Emily Casey, which is a very small vessel, it was actually visible on that bow shot we had, and we have the Warhorse that is kind of a it's got a monitor on it. They use that vessel for fire suppression and some things like that. But that's what we're looking at. I don't see any other tug, at least not with the AIS on it identified. The only tugs we see on the Dali are the original 5 that we saw come out about 2 in the morning. This is marine traffic. This is the app that I use. That crew boat that's coming in there, that's the interceptor. It's was just coming into that frame. We don't have any other tugs out there. There's no other tugs out there on the operation.
No luck with the radio?
I told you, I messed that thing up. It reverted back to Chinese on me. And he's gonna have to mess with it. With manually putting in channels, I can't find it. But
I don't have time to
that's
go through it right now. We'll see if we can fix that problem for the next one.
Connor was saying, what channels though?
You have to go back through the stream to find it. Yeah, the Warhorse. The Warhorse is not a tugboat. No, we're still back in the same spot. We're just using different equipment.
There's still 10,000 people wanting to see this thing move, huh?
1, 5, 12, 18, 68,
well, I know there's
72,
3 of them here right now.
Yeah, there's 3 of them here, waiting.
Screenshot that.
The what? The amount of people?
Channels. No, the channels.
What?
That's a good project, Derek, for you this morning. Guys, thanks for joining us. It's been a long night for the 3 Musketeers here on the Minorcan Mullet channel.
The Minorcan Navy is ready to serve, and we're here waiting to help. And we have all the faith in the crew that's going to go ahead and move the Dali.
People are saying it's moving. Is it moving or is the stern just swinging? Let's pull it up and take a look. Let's see if we're actually getting any movement. It just jumped. Let's see. And we don't get anything. Not showing any speed. I'm not saying it's not moving, but it looks like that gap on the bridge. Go back. Yeah, stay on that shot. Don't move it. It looks like it. That shot is showing maybe a little bit of movement. Let's see. People are saying it's moving. It looks like something's moving. It's definitely moving. Don't touch it, don't touch it, don't touch it, don't touch it, don't touch it. Him, camera guy. It looks like it might be trying to move.
I'm seeing that. That's why I wanted to go up there.
No, we need to stay right here because this is showing the movement. Stay on that stern shot. Stay on the stern shot.
I'm there.
Guys, it's moving. It's slowly creeping backwards here.
Really?
What time is it?
We got movement?
We got a winner.
What time is it?
Winner, chicken dinner?
We got a winner.
6:51.
And he's going to take us to get that fried chicken.
6:51.
And we've got movement. The ship is definitely moving, guys.
Hey, comment below if you guys see it. We want to see what you guys see.
Okay, look at here. Yeah, oh yeah.
She is on the way.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. She's moving. She is moving. Dude, that is amazing. Hey, smash that like button, guys.
Oh,
wow,
man.
this is a relief, man.
Guys,
Wow.
how about
That-
how about a thumbs up? Give us a like.
Yes.
We've been out here all night for this
Wow.
moment right here
Wow.
from
That is-
Baltimore.
That is awesome.
The McAllister team,
Ah!
the Moran team,
Yes.
Yes! That is
Too early.
the guys,
Unbelievable.
the teams that are here with Don John and
Oh, that is
Resolve
movement.
have put the plan together, and we're seeing movement on the
That is
ship.
it.
She is coming back.
That is it.
That's amazing. No, and to
So
see
many
that-
people dropped out of the chat. I think that we're down now to you guys that are here with us are witnessing history.
History. This is history, guys.
Live here on the channel. Thanks so
Look
much
at it. Look at it. You can
for
even
being
tell.
here.
You
Oh,
can
you
even
can see
tell.
from here.
You can tell even from here. You can tell from here. You can tell. She's moving. You can see it from here, Andy.
All right, let's go back to that. But can we go to the bow? Can you take me back to the bow?
The bow.
Hold on,
Yeah.
hold on. Yeah, yeah. Switch them up and switch them up on the other one. Yeah,
That one
yeah,
first.
yeah, yeah. And then switch them out to the bow. Yeah, they're gonna be able to see some movement now.
We have seen it happen here today on the channel. You guys starting to see some people join in here. Guys, smash that like.
History in the making, fellas.
Joetta, you're here.
History
Thank you for being here with us. This is a special day.
Look,
They're
look.
blowing the horn.
Blowing the horns.
They're blowing the horn.
That is awesome. Thank you, guys.
Oh my God.
Thank you. That is so cool. Wow, dude. Andy, how do you feel about what you're witnessing?
A lot of relief.
This is amazing, right?
A lot of effort that feels like it's been justified. You know, we came up here to cover the story. To cover the story of the bridge, the incident, and to see the Dali get moved. And that's happening right now. Guys, thanks for being here with us. This is a special day for me, and being up all night, this is worth it. I'm so glad that you guys could be here with us.
6:51, is that the time?
6:51, we had movement.
This is so cool.
Other
This is
ship.
awesome.
You know,
This is so
the
cool.
Minorcan Navy was telling us, I think I see it moving. I think I see it moving.
They were. The Minorcan Navy came through and said it's moving.
It was you guys with the Navy watching your big screens and letting us know, yes, it's moving. We couldn't see it down here. We couldn't see the ship moving. Hey, Dr. Bacagliano, thanks for joining us here. It's a great day here in Baltimore. Thank you so much for stopping in.
All right, and you know how I know? Check this out, guys. Look at this, all right? The main camera, which we have not moved at all night. Look at the visual. Look at the visual now. Look at the visual.
It's empty.
It's gonna start slowly getting out of. That is the main visual that we started at 2 a.m. in
This
the
one here.
morning.
Yep,
It's
yep.
coming up now. You'll see it now. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. That
Oh,
is
yeah.
that is a huge difference.
He's moving good.
Now,
Unreal.
Unified Command told us this transit is going to be a slow one, the 2.5 miles up the river to the marine terminal that they're going to go to, where they're going to berth
No,
the
leave it on
ship.
that one for now.
They're not going to break any kind of speed records here. But this is really good news. This is
history, Andy. We just witnessed history. We filmed history.
this may be a first on YouTube.
Absolutely. This is absolute history right here, American history. And I think what we said in the beginning, the American spirit's going to prevail, and those hard men and women working this.
It's got to give everybody that's been a part of this project over a great
Oh,
sense of relief
You have no idea.
to see the ship start to move.
I am.
We had a lot of folks who were joining us here in the chat talking about paint drying,
Oh yeah.
Well,
talking about things not going to happen today.
well.
But there were some that were saying
Oh shoot.
But
that this isn't going to happen until the 22nd, or this isn't going to happen until next week. But it's moving right now. Actually, let's hop to that. Let's hop to that tablet, huh?
Wait.
Is it going to show?
Wait. We want to get this shot before we can't get this shot any longer.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
We want to get this shot right here, fellas. Ladies and gentlemen, right here.
slow and steady
0.3 knots.
wins the day, guys.
Just moving at 0.3 knots.
There it is. Oh my goodness. Give me a high. Give me a high. Give me a high five. Congrats, man. This has been epic. You deserve this. This is your moment to gloat. You can have a beer at 7 in the morning if you want.
Well, I'll settle.
Technically,
I'll
it's
settle.
last night for him.
I'll settle for a coffee.
That is awesome, dude.
You want to put it on that? It's showing movement. It's showing.
Let's give them.
No,
let's give them the visual.
This is
yeah.
pretty good right
Yeah,
here.
yeah, no, that's
This
great.
is pretty good.
Yeah, I'm showing them real quick. I'm switching it back. Don't freak out on me, guys. Don't freak out on me. There's a lot going on here. I want you guys to see. But yes, that is amazing.
The targets.
You guys that were
Not,
here
right?
with us, thank you so much. You guys joined. Do us a favor, if you wouldn't mind. Hit that like, give us a thumbs up, show the channel some love. We've everybody here. It's not only Alfred and Derek and myself that have put in a lot of time for you guys here tonight, but Tiger and Bernard and Teresa, the people out moderating our chat, work with us throughout our live stream, the whole group. Man, hit the thumbs up for us, would you?
All right, so we're gonna have to make some adjustments. So in this direction, the ship is coming, right? All the way back into the port.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get ready with a shot over there.
Yeah, we're gonna have to eventually make some changes over here, guys.
Yeah, we got a wild
Smash that like for those cameramen. Let's go.
That's pretty awesome.
That is awesome. Look how she's moving. Look how Morena's moving.
She's moving at 0.3 right now.
Yeah.
0.3 knots.
Look at the buoy. Just look at the buoy and you see how it's moving. Damn,
she
that
made
is
a lot of
that is
progress.
awesome, man. Oh man, that is so cool.
She's made a lot of progress.
All that work that's gone in to this moment for those crews out there, I'm so happy. I'm
Unreal.
so happy for them. For Don John Marine, for Resolve Marine, the efforts that they put in. Everybody that's been out here working on the project. This is a huge moment. This is a huge moment for Baltimore.
And we just lost the visual of the tug because that's it. I mean,
Yep,
she's running.
she's moving.
Yeah.
There's parts of the site here that you guys have not been able to see, but yeah, we're on private property
So-
here, and the landscaping between us and the ship is eventually going to get in the way. We're going to try to keep the image here with you for as long as we can, so everybody can enjoy this moment. This is a very special moment for me, and I'm sure it's a very special moment for all of you there.
Okay, hold on. Before you even do that, Derek, before you start moving that,
Yeah.
be careful before let's
I know.
let's
But
get
it's
this.
gotta go on there if you
Yeah,
need to move
yeah,
it.
yeah. Well, guys, so we're gonna do some adjustments here, but because of how we're set up, you know, these adjustments take some time. So we might have to give you guys some certain shots because we want to go ahead and get that shot of it being pulled into port, and we're gonna have to reposition the camera because these trees are gonna be in the shot. So if we do lose the stream for whatever reason, we'll come right back up.
We ain't losing the stream.
Well, listen.
We're not losing the stream. This is just
Hmm.
slow and steady.
We need this camera
Right here, right?
available.
Yeah,
This.
yeah.
This to that.
How awesome is that? You know this is a gift for the people of Baltimore. They're gonna wake up this morning and they're gonna get this unbelievable news, and how cool is it that you guys were able to see all this happen on YouTube, man? Big shout out to everybody.
This one don't want to come out all the
Everybody
way.
that's helped participate.
You-
I said in the beginning
I-
of the night we'll have 10,000 likes.
No, here.
We're
I dropped the
and we're
the
almost
thing
there.
right here. It's down here. It's got to come apart.
Talking about an
Let's just take the
amazing
clamp here. Andy, this clamp, put it right over there.
This
is a lot easier, right there.
You'll see the replay. It's been
Or I got a
absolutely awesome.
Part of it laying down there somewhere.
Look at how the movement of the water.
Let's just get this.
How good must those tug guys feel right now?
Oh man.
Andy, right now, if you're right now seeing those tug guys, what would you tell them right now? Because they're probably listening to this stream.
I'll tell them that everybody, you guys have done an incredible job. Thanks so much.
The crane guys, the barge guys,
everybody.
everybody has done, and there's still so much more to go, right? But this is a huge thing.
What does this plug into, Andy?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Wait, before we could disconnect this camera, okay?
We're not disconnecting that camera.
Okay, hold on, because I want to give them.
The camera's on power.
I want to give them.
Guys,
I want to give them this shot, right?
I'm so glad
But
you
that
guys could be
camera's-
here with us.
That the whole tripod, everything's moving with this camera.
Okay, that's fine. But this is the shot I want to give them. All right.
What an amazing event.
I want to give them this shot right here.
The coordination that took place here today, truly amazing.
I'm giving them this shot right here, guys. You guys remember that world famous pole that you guys looked at? There it is.
Oh, wow.
There it is. She's gone, guys. She is gone. And look, we're going to pan.
You want to see this? Now
Wait,
first,
no, not yet, not yet. How awesome is that?
go figure out where you're moving this to.
Okay,
You need to figure out where your shot is over there.
are we completely off?
Well, the only thing you're on is you're on power for this.
Okay, that's fine. But can we move that already?
Huh? Yeah.
Okay. So bring that over here, guys. We're making some adjustments.
What's your percentage on this? Does that power?
No, I think we should be fine.
Do you see it? I don't see.
I don't see it either. But we have a backup if we need to plug in direct. If we get to that.
Well, I have another battery.
All right. Out over here so we can get that other shot. Oh my goodness, guys! Amazing to say the least. Andy, tell. How many people do we have in here right now, Andy? Where does it show you how many people? Are we over 10K still?
Yeah,
So we got 12,810 people.
It's great to have them in here.
Isn't that awesome? We've had
Everybody's excited. I'm thrilled. I am thrilled.
I'm thrilled, and I'm going to get breakfast at some point today and everything.
It might be lunch before we're done,
Taco
but
Bell?
we're going to get something
Oh,
to
no
eat.
more Taco Bell. No more Taco Bell.
It's been a long night, guys. If you missed the stream, you're going to want to watch the restream.
The reason we had Taco Bell for breakfast is McDonald's wasn't open, and they don't have Waffle House. It's like 20 miles away.
Well, wait for it. Hey, so just so they know, I've been streaming I've been recording this in 4K, the behind the scenes. So if you guys look at my channel, Alfred Montaner, if one of the moderators could put the channel, you guys can see the behind the scenes story of what happened at night, and you can relive this moment with us, how we're experiencing it.
It's been a pretty
in 4K. Awesome.
It's been a pretty crazy.
It's been
pretty
awesome.
crazy.
Let's go, Derek. Let's get that moved. This is so awesome, dude. All right, make sure everything is okay. We're good. All right, we're moving a tripod, guys. All right, and the work continues. Awesome as this. This has been amazing to say the least. All right. There it is, guys. There it is. There is your new unobstructed shot of. They lost audio on my end or yours? I have audio on mine's. No, no.
You lost audio.
Maybe you lost audio, but ask him if I'm.
I'm back. I'm back on.
Okay.
I'm back on. Sorry, guys. I had to make a phone call or two. A lot going on here, but we're here with you live from Baltimore. We're watching the Dali being moved out, guys. This is a special day. So happy that you guys could be here with us. The Mark Moran, the Lynn Moran, the McAllister tugs we had up there, Vicky McAllister and Eric McAllister. Tremendous job from those tugs. Tremendous jobs from everybody involved with the project. Still a lot of work to be done, no doubt, but this is a huge moment in the operation. More importantly, once we get in here, we're going to get a tight shot and we're going to be able to really see the bow of the ship. In a way that we haven't. Coat, thank you very much. That we've never seen before. The tugs, they got a line. The tugs got a line on the ship. All the tugs got a line on the ship.
There ain't no problem. It's gonna happen, guys. Well, listen, we're gonna go continue filming. What an epic moment, dude. I mean, I can't tell you how thankful I am that you guys supported the whole process. Huh? We're gonna get some coffee soon, dude.
I need something. I need something. I tell you, right there towards the. Right before the ship moved, I had my doubts it was going to happen. You know, I was beginning to think, are we going to miss out, or is this not going to happen?
No. Those guys were working it.
Persistence, slow and steady.
Slow and steady
wins the day.
Slow and steady. That's the name of this game. Look, nothing bad happened. It's slowly going to port. The people are going to wake up. They're not going to see that eyesore in their port. It's just the beginning of something better.
Ian McKay, thank you for coming up on deck as a sailor here in the Minorcan Navy. You guys, I certainly appreciate everything you guys, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys. Thank you so much.
Andy, so do you think we can move that other camera to get that last final shot when it goes into port?
I think we should be able to do that.
Okay, so we're going to do that because I want to get that. I want to have that second shot over there for them, and this is going to continue, guys. So I have to continue working because I want that shot. So I'll be back. I got to work. I'm working hard, dude.
This is a good day.
Very good day. I apologize if my voice is all over their stream, right? Because I'm actually filming the behind the scenes and I want them to see this. All right, let's move this. Andy, how can we move this without killing the stream?
Well,
what do we have to do?
Keep in mind, this thing right here is hinging over here.
What do you mean? Okay, let me see. We
Internet involved
oh,
right
yeah,
here.
okay, so you know what? Yeah, we should be fine. What
And we're back with you guys. We haven't gone anywhere.
Yeah, I like a little bit last night. You were talking about your mic problem then. Early in the morning.
It's always the mic problem. The visuals is never the hard part. It's always the mic. I want to take a picture with this in the backdrop.
There we can see the damage on the bow of the ship. Where the bridge came down across it, you can really see. What kind of damage was done to the Dali. So much work done in that area to be able to free the ship.
Let me take a quick picture. When I get this backdrop with the Dali.
I thought they'd take more containers off of that.
Well, they took a lot off of it. They took a lot of.
Oh yeah.
But most of what they had to take off, they had to take that stuff off in there where they had to work, in that area up on the bow.
That's a beautiful sight. You got some pictures?
You get a couple more with it.
Yeah, I mean, looking like Christy Brinkley or what?
Yeah, man.
Lipstick. Hold on, I want to get a shot of the man.
Yeah, you need to get a
need-
shot of Andy just like that.
I need a shot of the man.
Very straight shot.
Huge sense of relief.
Now, where are they going to the port next to me, or are they going down to the one near the Inner Harbor side?
From what we understand, the Unified Command has said they're going to go 2.5 miles upriver. So they're getting on back, and they're going to do some work there, and then they're going to transfer to another facility here in Baltimore. Maybe that's to remove some of the cargo.
We're gonna move. We're gonna keep that shot for a second. We'll move the tripod right over here. Once it gets over here, we'll move it up to here, and we can get it coming in.
Yeah.
With
that one?
No, this one.
This one.
Yeah, but let it pass through a little bit, then we move the tripod here, and we get it coming in.
Going back more that way. Yeah.
Wow, this has been Andy. I mean, the chat. You're far away from the actual chat right now.
Yeah, I need to get over there. I just want to shoot some video.
If you want, I'll take care of it. Don't worry about it. We could. I know. Listen, we've been doing video. We've been doing video. Go do your job. Go ahead and talk to your subscribers. They need you.
My people like the way I shoot it sometimes. So.
Well, you gotta let the help work.
I know. I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna go over there in just a second and visit with them.
We've been here all night too.
I can't stand. I got to be on the camera.
Wait for it. All right. Well, can we go? I'll be back.
I know where Taco Bell is.
Yeah. Hey, guys, recommend a good place over here in Baltimore to have a monster breakfast.
Oh, I know where we're going.
Yeah, where we're going?
Cookies Restaurant
All right, so we're gonna invite everybody from Baltimore to come meet the Minorcan Mullet live in Cookies. Guys, we'll be at Cookies a little later. Go by and we'll
be a party over at Cookies.
Listen, we'll be at Cookies.
Big party at Cookies. Celebrating the movie.
What an incredible day. Sometimes when you look back at something and you think about what you've done, and you're really proud of what you've done. This is one of those times for me, and I'm so glad you guys could be here with me. So glad. It's been an amazing experience up until this point. We still got more to go, but for me, this moment is pretty special. The hurt, the hemorrhaging that's been going on here in the Port of Baltimore, I can feel that wound beginning to heal now. Seeing the ship back off away from the site, this is it's a huge sense of healing for this entire community and for the globe, for the entire world. This is the start of that process for me, and I'm just really excited that you guys could be here with me. We've got a lot more to cover. There's no doubt about that, but this was a huge part of it. You guys have everybody here in the Minorcan Navy has been a huge source of encouragement, and I really appreciate it. I can't wait. I can't wait to see this ship when it leaves Baltimore. But this has been very special. Lynn Moran on the stern of the Dali. Eric McAllister. Coming into view. Till that Moran tug by the big M on the stack, and those McAllister tugs, if you look back on their stack, those two vertical white lines. These workhorses here. Getting the ship freed after a tremendous amount of work done by the salvage crews on site. You know, when I first came to Baltimore with Alfred and Derek, and we looked over from the Fort Smallwood Park area, and that's downriver, about 4 miles from the site. But that vantage point, we could look across there, and when you could see the ship there with the bridge laying across it. But the big noticeable part for me were the two spans. Half a mile of bridge that was missing. Baltimore's still got a long way to go, but the road to, for me, and seeing this, the road to healing has started. We've been up here since the first week of April. Bringing this to the world, and I think for a little while there we were one of the only groups that was doing it, and everybody that came on board with us has been nothing but full of encouragement, and that's helped keep us going. Thank you guys so much. Jesse, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, we've had trouble with the VHF today. Sorry, guys. Traffic was down. We're going to work to get that resolved. Well, Jeff, I can tell you, we can check and see, because we got the tracker here right now. She's making 1.1 knots.
All right, Andy, we're going to go to the pole that they've been looking at for the last month and a half while he moves the camera. So you're at that pole. Unless do you want to go over that?
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, let's put you on that. He's getting the shot.
Right now we're seeing that the Dali is making 1.1 knots. She's being pulled by the tugs and heading back up river. Coast Guard escorting along with the ship.
So we can go back to the ship now.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's get back over there. Mike, I don't think they're using secure comms. I think we just had some issues with ours on our end today. I apologize for that.
Say it. Derek fat fingered the.
Derek got a hold of the radio. He was going to adjust it. He adjusted it all right.
I adjusted it. It's adjusted. I'm also a chiropractor if you need that adjustment.
The tug at the bow is the Mark Moran, and I'm sure by this time they've gotten a line from the ship. I can see it now. They've gotten a line from the bow of the Dali to the Mark Moran, and he's gonna kind of tag along back there and control the bow of the ship. I know that we're all about ready for a cup of coffee. get something to eat. We'll be flying out and getting back home this afternoon for a few days, and then we'll be coming right back up here. We still got some story to cover here in Baltimore, and we want you guys to stay with us. I hope you do. I think that's one thing that we can all say, that the channel was able to provide some views that would not have been available otherwise. Teresa, thank you. Brenner, thank you. A special thanks to Tiger for everything he's done. Jeff, I got to check the 4K. We had some very serious low light conditions here when we had the 4K camera up. We may not have much of an image there today. I've had a lot of help since getting here into Baltimore. I got to give a thanks to Ralph Driscoll. Ralph was a longtime subscriber to my channel, going back to my Golden Ray days. Ralph contacted me very early on, within a couple days of the incident, and invited me up, and he's been hosting me at his home. He's introduced me to some fantastic people. Kurt Towner, retired Navy veteran, been an incredible asset. Thank you, Andy Long. Thank you so much. Hans. Thank you. So many wonderful people we've met since we've been up here in Baltimore. Robin here, where we're on their property. We could not have done what we've done here without them hosting us here to get these incredible shots for you guys. Thanks, Kurt.
Andy Derrick said breakfast is on him.
Well, I think I'll let him. I'll let him do that. I'm not going to fight him. Paul, thank you. Thank you so much. We've had a big day. We've had a long night and a really big day coming in here. we've had some really good partners. Thank you, Tiger. We've had some really good partners with us. Dr. Sal Macagliano over at What's Going On with Shipping. If you guys have any question or just looking for any knowledge about the industry of shipping, you want to go over and check out What's Going On with Shipping. Also, Jeff Ostroff. Jeff has provided a great deal of insight through his engineering knowledge into the process as it has been ongoing here in Baltimore, and I think that'll continue. He's done a tremendous job here, and we're very thankful to have had him join us here in the chat as often as he has. Mess of things, how many? A mess of things, how many minutes on the stream so far? Gee whiz, we came on at 2 o'clock in the morning, and it's a little after 7. Biscuits and sausage gravy with bacon on the side, that does sound delicious. I know we do have Robin's Cash App information. And Tiger, thank you for putting that up. Again, this family is great people going through some rough times here. I've been trying to help them out as much as I can. Good folks, and we could not have done what we did without their help and hosting us here. There's a little Mullet checking in. Good morning. Thank you, Hannah. Just sitting back here and watching the ship head upriver. The story's not over. It's certainly not over, but this is a big chapter that's come to a close here in Baltimore. New London, thank you. We had a lot of folks from across the pond joining us here too. The response has been really amazing. The channel's grown so much over this time that we've been in Baltimore. I'm so thankful of that, and I'm hoping that you guys will stick with us. We certainly have enjoyed the relationships we've developed with our folks here, joining us, coming aboard the Minorcan Navy. This is a great group, and it's something, it's really special. Thank you guys so much. There are 5 tugboats. 5 tugboats were involved in Dali extrication this morning. Mark Moran, tractor tug. You can see the line coming off the dolly, and then what a shot there. Eric McAllister. Thank you, Teresa. We see some crew guys there. We're not sure whether that's crew from the Dali or part of the Resolve group that's on board. Thank you, Alan. Thank you so much. With the ship out of the way now, that frees Don John to do what they do best. And as I am talking with you guys, I'm looking back over towards the Brandon Shores power facility on the other side of the river. And right there in the frame of my vision is the Chesapeake 1000 ready to go back to work. With the ship out of the way, it really frees up the Don John group to be able to get in and start attacking that debris. Once the ship gets past our vantage point here, it will get around the corner and we'll lose it here. Jacqueline, thank you. Thank you. No, the weather here is not bad. No lightning in the area. You know, I don't know. I don't know when the crew is going to be released. I would expect once they got back into port, they'll be able to make a crew change. They've been on the ship a long time. It's been a long event. I'm sure they're ready to get home to their loved ones. Jeff Ostrov cracks me up. We haven't seen any kayakers out. Any kayakers out today? You guys that know. We'll have to go back, but I think I noticed movement at 6:31 this morning. That's when I noticed. Now there were some other viewers that said they saw a little bit of movement before. I noticed movement at 6:31 this morning. They're going to take the ship right on up, back up the river. It's going to go to a marine terminal, and they'll berth it there, and they're going to continue to work on it. There's still a lot of debris on the ship that's got to be cleaned up. They'll do that. They'll make some temporary repairs. One sexy. Thank you. Thank you so much. They'll get that done, and then we'll probably see the Dali leave Baltimore and head to a repair facility. Vince, thank you. $6.51, not $6.31. $6.51. Thank you. I want to tell you guys, I really appreciate Alfred and Derek coming up here. I made that phone call yesterday afternoon and told them, guys, I'm afraid I'm going to need some equipment up here. I need some help. And they answered the bell. And they came up here. They came up here to help me, and they came up here to bring you guys these images. Both these guys are working real hard on YouTube. If you have the opportunity, give their channels a look over. I think you guys will enjoy it. Larry, I never saw the anchor. We terminated our live stream yesterday while they were still in the process of pulling that anchor chain. And I don't know if they separated the anchor from the chain and have to go back and recover it, or whether it was still attached to the chain. I do not have that answer because I wasn't here when they completed that task. I was already headed back over to edit some film for you guys. Derek's channel is The Food Boat. The Food Boat. Thank you, Tiger. Russ Alfred's is a good friend of mine, and I got to tell you, he did not hesitate. Neither one of the guys hesitated when I called him. Thank you, sexy. I hope we never have to witness another event like this again. You know, I was thinking about this the other day, just what a huge impact, you know, this has had on the world, on this country, and on this city of Baltimore. And I can't think of another time when the need for experts in a certain field was ever as great as it was here. They got those folks here with Don John Marine and Resolve Marine. There's still more work to be done. But if you guys remember when Unified Command set up the timeline, they wanted to see the channel opened up to a depth of 35 feet by the end of April. That challenge was met by more than 6 days. And then they wanted to have the rest of the channel opened up by the end of May. Well, Don John's already had part of the channel opened up to a depth of 48 feet. 50% of that channel was opened up to 48 feet, allowing some of the heavier draft vessels to get in and out of the port of Baltimore. Yeah, there probably is a concrete chunk on the bow. That ship knocked over a bridge. A big chunk of it fell on it. It's probably still on there.
Can you talk on that real quick?
Dali's still making her way up the river. Now, this image that you're looking at with the marine tracker, when it's looking at the movement, is going to always point the image that it outlines as a boat or a ship bow first. We know that the Dali is being towed stern first. The Lynn Moran is on the stern and the Mark Moran is on the bow. But you can see those vessels moving along with the ship. They're going to head up the river back into Baltimore. I think they're going to go to Sigrid and make berth. Coast Guard's out there with them too. Look at the Dali now and see that she's making 1.2 knots. Warhorse. Out there too. Got a couple Coast Guard boats over there. Bridget McAllister, Eric McAllister up on the stern there. Vicky McAllister, what would be the hip, and the Mark Moran. When the ship started back, we did get one long blast on the horn. I don't know if you guys heard it over the mics, but we got a blast when they started backing the ship. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you very much. Grandma, thank you. Thank you to let me know. I wasn't sure whether that you guys were able to pick up that audio. That's a good question, Kim. I know the ship itself, with the history it has now, is probably going to get some ugly looks from now on. Looks like we got a recreational vessel there. Looking at the ship as they pull it back up the river. Ship now well outside of that 2,000 yard safety zone. We're seeing the ship right as you see those rocks right there that are part of that view. That is right at the edge of the port property. Philip, I think that's something to consider, especially where there's what might be considered vulnerable infrastructure. did a report early on about the frequency of these ships and how often they do lose power. It is an occurrence. It happens. Thank you, Andrew, for joining us from over in England. The Don John group is in the process of getting moved back into position to go to work.
How they liking those shots, Andy?
That's kind of artistic with the fence in focus and the ship out of focus.
It's beautiful. Such an amazing moment.
Thank you, David. It's been a long day. Well, we're still going to have some content coming from Baltimore. The story's not over yet. The ship may have been moved, but we still got quite a bit of debris that's got to be cleaned up. We're going to try to continue to bring you guys that story. Going to the marine traffic app, we see the Dali's now making 1.3 knots. We'll have to take it one step at a time. The bridge project, that's going to be a lengthy one for sure. Yeah, I have to say they're ahead of schedule. Once they can get in, with the ship moved, they're going to be able to get in there and attack that debris from a couple different fronts now. And I think that they're going to make some pretty good headway.
Show this, that they're moving back into place?
No, we put it back up there. We're just talking about it, but we got Don John moving right back into position there with the Chesapeake 1000. They are on their way.
I just got off the camera. I left it there because the final shot, it's gonna be its own shot. I wanted to stamp this moment with all three of us together. And what an amazing series from day one
there's
till now.
There's no doubt.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, I feel so honored that I can help tell this story, right? Just a sliver. And I'm so proud of what you've done. Literally, like, showing from the beginning to the middle to the end, because the beginning and the end are always the fun parts, Steve.
It's the middle.
It's the middle.
Yeah.
And you deserve a medal. I'll tell you right now, if I were from this community, I'd buy you breakfast for at least 2 days.
This community's been very good to me.
Yes, they have.
And I certainly appreciate them. And I can't say enough about the new members that we've acquired here on the channel. Thanks, Tiger. We've gotten our new memberships up, and that's been received well. We've gotten quite a few sailors, and we've added some other levels to it as well. And I noticed that we had some people who were jumping in at the captain's level today. It's just been an incredible ride.
Unbelievable. Did you see how you could see the actual the asphalt of the road?
Yeah, you can see and that's something to imagine. There's a four-lane interstate highway.
Yeah.
On the bow of that ship.
Laying on the bow of that ship.
Just right there, yeah.
So we're going to the port now. We got our twit card. What's up, guys? Smash that like if you guys want us to get into the port, and I don't know, maybe do a walkthrough of the Dali.
Somebody's got to stay and make bail, so I'll stay out here.
Minorcan Navy, let's go. Pull your moves. Alfred Montaner leaves around 1.
I think they would come bail us out if we had to have it happen.
Hey, I'm gonna do one final thing for them.
Yeah.
Right when we're all experiencing this together, but I'm gonna finish off strong.
What you got?
I got you. Let me get back to the camera. I got you. Watch.
Wait for it.
Wait for it.
Alfred Monton there, guys. Thanks, Georgia. Yeah, it's been, I don't think let's see, where are we, 24, 26, 28 hours. Tried to get some rest yesterday, but I couldn't get any rest yesterday.
You weren't getting rest. You were lying to yourself thinking you were getting rest.
Well, you know, I was
Does
waiting.
Alfred have a flag? Hold on. They've already clued in. They've already clued into what's going to happen. That's a great shot.
Look at that. Another one, that's ACL ship. That's another one of those combination ro-ro ships.
Yeah.
They handle roll-on, roll-off cargo as well as containers aboard here at Dundalk. We'll slowly see the Dali disappearing. John, you just missed a pretty good live stream is what you missed.
What did I miss?
You just missed a pretty good live stream.
Beautiful thing about the internet, you can go back and rewatch it.
Charles, thank you so much. Thank you.
What's going on, buddy? I was lost there for a second. You got me? Okay, go ahead. You keep breaking up. I can't hear you. Yeah. So we're telling the whole site. Guys, I'm still in Baltimore, so I'm not there. Guys, be here there. Okay? There he goes. There he said. What is it? It is right there. Guys, I think that says it all right there. That says it all right there. And that's one of Alfred's trademarks. He likes to end live stream with an image of the American flag, and I can't think of a better way to end this live stream. Guys, thanks so much for being here today. Much love and thanks to Alfred, Derek, Tiger, Bernard, Teresa. Thank you guys for being in here. For the entire the Maryland community here in Baltimore and over in Pasadena, thank you guys so much. It's a great day. It's a great day for America. It's a great day to be an American. It's a great day to be a part of the world and witness this entire event. Thank you guys so much for being here with us. You guys have been amazing. As always, I just want to say, you guys be safe out there.